Welcome everyone. Despite an attempted recalcitrance before the stream even begun, I have dragged Aiden kicking and screaming into the host room. Welcome, Aiden.
Hello.
As you can hear, she has been screaming.
Yeah, obviously.
It seems quiet tonight. Maybe it's because we start streaming a bit earlier than usual. That might be why.
I know, I'm surprised.
But yeah, we've got some fun stuff today. We'll start with some memes, and then we'll get going with the actual news, because we do have actual news. We actually had quite a lot last time that we didn't cover, so we might get to that today as well. So, Aiden, did you catch anything in the last few days that was worth covering? And I'll let you know if I already have it.
Let me see. I always bookmark stuff, so there's the whole Nathan Kaufness thing.
I don't know if there's anything new with that since our last stream.
No, not really. Data Republican got ousted as a Department of War employee. Big Twitter post or pooster.
Wow. Ravelon's just said there's a Trackmania stream of a dude that made a challenge to get author time on prime numbered map IDs for every Twitch Prime sub. He expected to last a couple of hours. He's on day 29 of 5 hour streams. In 2 days, the people will be able to start resubbing. Yeah, that sucks for him. There's a lot of Trackmania. I don't think I can play that much at the same time. Tense conversations with religious son Jack.
This is the only thing that I could think of that
if
you've already covered the... Well, okay, so since you've talked about Nathan Kaufman stuff and since you've talked about the Lindsay Clancy stuff, this one is a big topic people have been discussing, which is, tense conversations with religious sons. So basically, the thing is that she's saying that, no, he can't choose to be Christian, right? That there's something wrong with him. He needs to go to therapy because he's identifying as a Christian. And of course, these same kind of people would say, well, no, if your child says that they're the other sex, obviously you have to listen and believe the child knows best. But there's, and not doing so is child abuse. Not affirming them, fathers who lost custody of their children over that. And it was deemed, in some cases, to be essentially child abuse. But you can say to your son, who's a Christian, that he's mentally ill and needs to go to a therapist until they can fix him of that. That is pretty
retarded, yeah.
I thought you might actually find that interesting since I was looking through it, given your beliefs or lack thereof.
Appreciate it. We will get to that. I didn't have that one, actually. I didn't, rather. But for now, let's do a few memes before we start, while people flow in. Would you eat the plastic cookie? Scientists have created edible biscuits made from waste plastic bottles to help global food shortages.
Yeah, I saw this. No, thank you. Fuck no. I will not eat the bugs. I will not eat the recycled plastic.
But it has an arrow pointing to it with the word high protein.
You know what else has high protein? Chicken? Beef?
Oh,
pork.
Okay. I thought you were going to say something else.
Oh my fucking god. Just straight there, huh? Straight into the gutter. Immediately.
Turkey.
Oh
no, this uTorrents really let itself go.
I guess. Yeah, what's up with the uTorrent logo?
I don't know. I don't know why they've used the letter mu for this, but they have. So there is no such thing as global food shortages. There's only excess population, but not overpopulation in the sense that it was originally conceived. Only excess population in places which are receiving more aid than they're actually producing themselves, which means their population balloons beyond what they can themselves support, inducing yet more aid required from those who can produce. It's a wonder that there's any prosperity left in any country in the world with this, process ongoing. There still is, but less than there should be. Yes, I can see Klaus Schwab. You know where you cut the bread and you can see the Jew in it, or you toast the bread and you can see Jesus' face in it. If you look very closely at the protein composition of these biscuits, you can see Klaus Schwab's face.
Well, I can. If you squint, you can kind of with the end of the U shape. That's like little hands out there rubbing together.
It's got about the same personality as Klaus Schwab.
I'm saying if you squint hard enough, you can maybe find a merchant in that image.
Maybe. Which
You can
would
certainly,
be,
you can definitely find a merchant in this image, just not maybe visually.
those hands don't look completely white. It could be that is notable because I did hear that the original creator of the Happy Merchant comic cartoon has died recently. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I was under the mistaken impression, apparently, that it was a World War II actual Nazi propaganda thing, but I guess it came later.
It was an internet era thing. You know who else just passed away, or we found out, was Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
Rest in peace, Dolly. Yeah.
I don't know much about her, but the only things I know about her come from a reference in The Orville in the cringy feminist episode, of which there is one, and it's
well, even I like Dolly Parton. I called her an inspirational woman on Twitter. I was on Facebook. What the fuck? It's that kind of thing you post on Facebook. That's why. I love Dolly. The South, at heart, I'm a Southern gal, and all of the South loves Dolly Parton. She brought a lot of prosperity to the Smoky Mountain region. She really did give back. Now, she also got the COVID jab, just like to be clear, and apparently had severe side effects from it as well. She was only 80. She was a big proponent of it as well, told other people to get it, put money into getting other people to get it, and then had vaccine-related injury, and now has passed away at 80.
Well, 80 is not an implausible or unlikely time to pass away, but perhaps earlier than she would have done without the Maruna.
It's fairly early for women in particular. That's fair. I mean, in modernity,
with as much money as she has.
Yeah,
and with ones with a bunch of money who still looked good. I mean, she's 95% plastic. Maybe that had an effect. That was part of the reason why. You know, I don't know.
Well, so is this biscuit. Thank you, Migri, who says, great, there is food in my microplastic. Just about. I mean, I think your microplastic has just become your food at this point. But if they can do this, if they can make something edible out of plastic, then the dystopian in me is saying that will be all food in the future if we don't win. But I think that kind of prediction it's too simplistic. It's always the subtle things, the things that are beneficial and then are turned evil, rather than the things that are just obviously unpleasant. No one's going to want to eat this. It's going to be a market failure, much like plant-based meat.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm not going to eat the recycled plastic. Klaus.
However, someone might, as you say, some creature. I don't have this up today, but there was there's been news a few times in the last few years about someone that's found some microbe that will eat plastic. And I'm not particularly gung ho on the whole climate change thing, but India and China, I think those two together, have created the largest trash island, the largest man-made object that you can see from space. It's a massive collection of waste floating in the ocean. And it would be nice to get rid of that. India, that is. And then also get rid of the island.
It sure would, as long as, and I think, look, problem, solution. They create massive trash island, recycle it, then they can eat massive trash island. Do you think Indians are going to have a problem with eating plastic bottles?
Chat,
look at what they choose to eat on the street anyway.
Press 1 if the microbes who consume the plastic are more worthy to Indian clay than Indians are.
Damn. The plastic-eating microbes have more utility.
If they're willing to eat plastic, they may even be willing to eat Indians. We can solve two problems at once.
I see what so a kind of like flesh-eating bacteria that only has a taste for curry.
Yeah, that'd do it. I think many people wouldn't mind giving up curry in order to give up India. You know, the whole idea of but what about the food? Yeah, I don't need curry.
Like I like a curry from time to time, but I can go without. And if I want one, I can have a Thai curry or even a Japanese curry. You know, ones that
indeed.
There's all kinds of curries.
Several cultures which I'd be happy to just excise from the world, along with all of their cultural artifacts.
Would I be willing to sacrifice the ability to have paneer, which I do love? It's the like paneer makhani, my favorite Indian dish, because I like that Indian cheese. To not have to deal with a gazillion of them in every single Western country, yeah, I think I'd be all right. I don't need the paneer. It's all right. I'll be okay.
You know, it occurs to me
tikka
that
masala is a British dish anyway. Yeah, indeed, no.
It's invented by someone in Britain, but they were culturally Indian, I think. So it's mixed. But it occurs to me that
just claim it.
A large portion of the
fucking put a flag on it, man.
brown immigration to the UK has been from Pakistan, which is basically just Muslim India. So
yes.
Maybe do we get rid of Pakistan first or India first? Because India's bigger, but Pakistan is probably a bit worse. Only a little bit.
It is probably materially a bit worse in some instances, but not in others. And I mean, like, these people have the religious disagreements they have there were racial and cultural ones that existed before that, but it's actually relatively newer in terms of the spread
Maybe
of Islam.
We should
have
just let them kill each other rather than trying to save their lives by separating them into two different countries.
Well, that one, okay, all right, there's a trade-off. You can put your flag, you can put the Union Jack on the tikka masala and claim that, but then you do unfortunately also have to say you were a little bit responsible for them not wiping each other out. So
they probably wouldn't have wiped each other out. Probably Islam would have won. I don't know.
Well, yeah, they would. Well, they'd all just be, killing each other even more so than they are now.
What
the only
mess.
reason that the Arab states are in the state that they are, to the extent of prosperity that they have, is in many senses because they have oil. I mean that, like, they are doing better than they would potentially without the fact that Western countries rely upon, particularly the Gulf states, so much and inject wealth into them. If it wasn't for the need for oil, I don't think they would have anywhere near the advanced societies that they have.
There's certainly an argument that being so virtuous, the British Empire was it was not really worth it. Whilst it was genuinely virtuous, and probably there were benefits of that for a long time, we've got to the point now where the same people who built it, their descendants, still have that same want for virtue, which means they're vulnerable to moralizing attacks, which means that it doesn't matter how good the British Empire was, anything that could be considered a mistake is a vector for attack. And we didn't even genocide the people who are now bothering us. So we got neither of the benefits.
Didn't even genocide them.
Not even a little bit of genocide.
I know. For shame.
Well, no one, probably at the time it did. But it's been a long time now, and maybe the benefits are all gone of doing it that way. All right, let's see what we've got next. You might like this one, Aiden. The Virgin Ad Watcher missed out on meeting the love of his life because he was always 30 seconds behind in life. Just a pawn of the corporations. Quote, I watch ads because I want to support my favorite creator. Once paid for YouTube Premium to get rid of ads. What a sad sack. Good thing we'd never be like him. Meanwhile, the Chad block will have more free time in life to be used for working out and fucking Stacy. Hacks random people's computers just to install Adblock. Tells his millions of subscribers to install Adblock, doesn't care about money. Installed Adblock after downloading his car. If you could download a car, you would. If you could get a car as a copy that cost the company that made it nothing to produce, everyone would do that. So yeah, obviously. Good. Next thing. But yeah, I do advise this. We've had this conversation before, Aiden, that there's pros and cons, but I don't think if you're from the perspective of an individual, there's no reason to hold yourself back, I don't think, from getting an ad blocker. It's the kind of thing which either happens on a massive scale or doesn't. So it's going to happen to the extent that people are smart enough to install it.
Well, no, I don't think it's intelligence. Everyone knows how to, except for boomers. It's pretty much everyone can figure out how to install an ad blocker.
The competence to install it, which is not everyone.
To be clear, what my counter argument was is that if you are somebody who watches a lot of YouTube in particular, as a YouTuber, and as somebody who also likes to support YouTubers because I just like their work and I want them to keep making it. One way that you can do that if you watch a lot of YouTube and get rid of ads is to use YouTube Premium, which is expensive. It costs more now. Actually, we worked it out where it's like it actually makes sense to get on a family plan and just split it between you and like 5 friends, and then you pay significantly less. But if you watch a lot of YouTube, as I do, then one, it's really nice because it gets rid of all the ads and all the bullshit problems that they intentionally put on mobile. And it supports anybody that you happen to watch, instead of just having, giving that money specifically to Patreon, which again is also very much supported. But like for people that you watch more casually and don't feel, I don't know, like compelled enough to explicitly sign up for some sort of support platform, they still get a couple extra cents from you than they would get if you watched it with, well, certainly more than they would get if you use AdBlock. And the other thing is that AdBlock fucks up your analytics. So it can in a sense, if you do care about the content that you watch on YouTube, I know this is so fucking gay coming from a YouTuber, but like if you care about it at all and you want to keep seeing good content, then yeah, it helps to support people who make good content rather than what the algorithm wants to show, which is fucking slop, I think, as everybody is aware, right? Because otherwise it's just going to show and promote slop.
The only
and
argument
only make slop.
For conscientiousness here is go and contribute to people, preferably off YouTube, creators that you like directly. YouTube Premium's not a terrible idea in principle, but I think you've said before that they could make it a lot better. Sure, they could, yeah. I think ads are pretty much a non-starter. For me anyway, for the conscientiousness argument, I think it's a non-starter because one person makes so little difference, and conscientiousness is about your own effect. There's no amount of ads that you could watch in sort of a natural perusal of YouTube that would actually make a difference to someone's channel that they actually notice. It's only on a massive scale, and you can't control other people's conscientious actions. If
people
you
are going to do what they're going to do. Yeah. And people
exactly.
are going to do what they're going to do. And the only reason I bring it up is that, like, if you are, again, a very heavy consumer of YouTube, I use YouTube basically all day, every day. So for me, it's like, well, this way I'm just contributing a little bit back into the same ecosystem. It makes sense why I would do this as a YouTuber. But, if you really like someone's content, yeah, of course. If you really like someone's content, give them $1 on Patreon subscribe store, send them $1 super chat or something, like whatever. Anything that does have the same effect, and a much stronger effect, obviously, than the extra 3 cents that they get from using YouTube Premium. Like I said, my only real recommendation for getting it is if you are a heavy consumer and you're high conscientiousness. Obviously, the vast majority of people aren't going to do that. And you are making a 3 cent drop in the bucket, but YouTube algorithm stuff does actually prioritize that. If more people have the YouTube Premium and watch your shit, that actually boosts your stuff in the algo too. So it's, it's an individual decision. It's only going to be high conscientiousness people who would do that kind of thing in the first place, or people too stupid to download an ad blocker.
Indeed.
That's pretty much the two type of people who would be interested in YouTube Premium. Oh, and it allows background play on phone.
Yeah. And there's it depends whether you want to spend money on Premium or time on hacking it to get that feature without paying for Premium, which is what I did.
Oh, you can? I'm not surprised you can. I mean, obviously, but yeah.
Aiden, would you're very good with computers, right? You've never been, you never lost out when it comes to computers.
No, never.
You would recognize this as a valid strategy to keep your computer cool, right?
Yeah, you got all that nice paste on there? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Oh, fuck, man.
A lot of thermal paste. It's a laptop.
Why is there so much?
I love the way that it's thick, but it doesn't actually cover the whole die.
No.
All of this silver area, assuming that this is a die, it looks like it is, it's something anyway. All of this gets hot. Every inch, every millimeter, not just the middle. Some is better than none, but you should have it all thin. That's how it needs to be.
But yeah, why? Yeah, I guess they just slathered it on there like it's like a mortar or something.
Yeah. Well, the idea is that the whole reason thermal paste exists, if you just did metal-to-metal contact, there would be some contact, but not as much, because on a micro scale, the surface of the materials contacting each other are not perfectly flat. If they're perfectly flat, you get full contact. But if they were perfectly flat, don't you get cold welding with that or something? I don't know. Either way, thermal paste it's not an adhesive. It's not mortar, as you said. It's just to provide an interface which fills those gaps and transfers heat through it. That's why it's liquid. Otherwise, it would be a solid. And in fact, you can get thermal pads, which are compressible. Paste is a bit better, but pads are a bit easier to work with. But usually you'd use paste in a desktop. and it's the paste specifically is it fills the gaps, and it's full of particles that can transfer the heat well. So either metal or sometimes some carbon or something. So that's what they're for. It's good. But for that, you want very thin. If it's thicker, there's more space for it to travel through to get from the heat generator to the heat radiator. So thin, but complete coverage of the thing that generates heat, and then complete connection to the actual radiator. That's your PC advice for today. Hellman's mayonnaise on your.
Wait, how does
card.
mayonnaise work? Also, is mayonnaise an instrument?
Probably slightly better than nothing at all, to be honest. But it would stink.
And it's going to dry out and get crusty.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Thermal paste is not expensive, guys. Just use thermal paste. I don't think you even need, like, the point at which a difference in thermal paste is going to be noticeable is way beyond the point at which you're spending a lot of money on a processor and like a good cooler and all that stuff. Just get the simple thermal paste, a good cooler that a lot. I've had the cooler I have now for about what, like 5-6 years, maybe more than that now. And it's just a massive air cooler, nice and simple, nice and obvious how it works. Massive big Noctua air cooler with some big 120mm fans. That's what I recommend for everyone. Because I could upgrade to like I'm on a Ryzen 7. I could go for like a Ryzen 9 tier, and it would still be fine for that. And that'll be fine for years. And then just some cheap thermal paste on top of that's fine. Crust-based paste. Thank you, Nomon. All right, let's see what else we got. Canada's Carney declares the country is now at war with the United States trade. So I figured that, this makes sense for our sort of like early, quick, funny story meme section. Anyway, next.
Well, did you see Trump's stuff about it?
I do have some stuff on that today, but not a lot. Okay. What actually happened?
What Trump is basically just saying, like, fuck Canada. We want nothing to do with them. Essentially, we're gonna punish Canada. I'm not really sure exactly what the impetus is. I haven't looked into it yet. But Trump just came out and said, "Yeah, fuck off, Canada." I can't say I completely disagree, but I need to better look into it and figure out why.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have a look into it today, but I've got a lot of other stuff to cover as well.
Yeah, sure.
So, is the video game industry healing? So, on the right is this character
fix it?
who I've seen this character in screenshots, but I didn't know what it was from. Apparently, it's from a proposed new Fable game. This is what they've apparently changed it to.
Not proposed. The game is supposed to come out relatively soon, I think. When the launch trailer had the character on the right, or not launch, what do you call it? The announcement trailer had the character on the right who is hideous, And even at the time I said, well, it's a Fable game, so making the main character hideous, might not make some sense.
Not hideous. Like the comic ugliness for some of the side characters in Fable is normal.
Yeah.
Yes.
But normally not the hero, and so I wasn't defending it, but I was like, okay, is that what they're going for? I mean, we know why they're actually doing it, but is that their excuse? No, apparently they want the game to actually sell copies.
That's not just an ugly woman. I think I'm not an expert in this yet. You'll have to tell me, and no one as well probably have to tell me. But that's an ugly Jewish woman, right?
Some kind of non.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a Jewish woman.
It looks a bit like it to me. But maybe not. Either way, it doesn't look like the ethnicity that I associate with Fable, which is like rural.
Set in Albion? I don't know.
Exactly. Rural old England. It doesn't look like that to me. She doesn't look English. So
I actually quite like the Fable games. I mean, they're not perfect or whatever, but they're pretty fun.
I only played Fable 1, but I am told that I bear a resemblance in voice to one of the characters in Fable 1.
I've not played Fable 1, and actually not too long ago. When did I last play it? I played it on PC. Wait, but you said you had played it? Oh, you told me. Right, you did this before.
Hero, your health is low. Do you have any potions
yes,
or food?
Right. Yeah, you did do this before. I forgot.
I don't know. I probably could do it better.
Close.
I haven't heard a sample of the Guildmaster talking in years.
That wasn't that close. That was you got the line mostly close, but when you did it before, it was better. We last had this conversation.
we'll maybe if someone can give me some samples, some like audio samples of his lines, I could try replicating them.
Steam's fucked my shit up, so I can't see when I last played it. But I do own Fable Anniversary. They're good games. The trilogy's good.
So the commentary here from this account is
from Az.
Says they are beginning to understand they are one step away from oblivion and they are panicking. That is an optimistic perspective. I'd like to think that that's correct, but if that were the case, I feel like it would have happened before now. I don't know. I feel like they're just on this trajectory until the fucking end.
No, you got to understand though, is that like about that? It's just that it takes how many years? Like 2, 3, 4, 5 years to make a video game. So games that are coming out now started development like at absolute peak woke, some of his pandemic era stuff. So it might be that this game started development late enough that they went, wait a minute, and they had enough time to start reversing course. That is possible. And it would also be, you know, I've said putting the woke away is happening. And this is, I just heard somebody talking about it. It was some guy associated with BlackRock. Essentially said that it was just, they couldn't do it anymore. It was becoming too financially problematic for companies to keep just burning money on this.
Well, let's be clear about that. The idea of putting it away, it's been happening, the idea has been around for like 4 or 5 years now, and it's I don't think it's reduced enough for it to be a putting away. What's happening...
Oh no, it's just that parts of it are just accepted now.
No, that's not what I mean. Even those parts are going to be eroded, I think. But it's being defeated in the public eye because it's just not viable. And that's what I was saying it was. So I think it would have been quicker if it was intentional, but it's not intentional. It's just failing.
Once something becomes, once it no longer serves utility, it's no longer serving any purpose. It's not doing anything that is useful to those in power, and these companies, they're not making any kind of bucks off of this anymore, and any money that they were losing to it is no longer being backed up by the likes of BlackRock and other, because it is a failed sort of, people just hate it. And you do need bread and circuses. You absolutely need bread and circuses to keep people distracted. This is my nihilistic read on things, I know, which you're very fond of, but look, either way, you can't do it forever. For either reason, you can't.
I think the idea of bread and circuses is of course correct, but there's more to it than just bread and circuses. It's quite complicated to make things people like. And so injecting evil into the things that are already being made for them is viable but difficult because you sacrifice too much of the quality. What they've been doing for the last few years, I think, is trying to reshape the market by having a blanket control over it so that everything released is controlled by them, much like how communism only works in isolation from any other system. And even then it doesn't work. It's just less obvious it's not working. But that's how it wants it. So they try and control the market by saturating it with only one thing, and that's the only way they can get those ideas pushed. But even that doesn't last. The bread and circuses thing, like, it is true that they're thinking, this isn't viable anymore, we have to come up with a new way to control the masses. But I think that's less prescient a thought than just a massive array of individual people trying their best to make cash, and a big scheme that had been tried by a large number of them has just started to not work as well over the years, so they're trying new things. It's not... It's somewhere between the total control conspiratorial angle and the total mess, no one knows what's going on angle.
Well, explicitly talking about BlackRock, every year BlackRock and releases this report that's like essentially the state of business report. And up until this most recent report that they put out, or maybe it was last year, it was this most recent one, where they basically said, look, you all have to stop this fucking DEI shit. It's bleeding you money. Whereas every year up until that, they were like, no, more DEI, more DEI. Any problems, you just have to push through it, whatever, just more DEI. And then this year they come out and their report says, why the fuck are you doing all this DEI shit? So there's quite literally been a memo that has been sent out to every major company on Earth. And then they, of course, will inform all of their subsidiaries and other companies that they're involved in. And one way or another, via osmosis, it gets down to every company that that exists, which is that as of this year, no, don't do that stuff, like, unless it's authentic or whatever. Like, that's the caveats on it, But up until now, it's been very much no more DEI is good. The people who are complaining about it, they're a dead or dying breed, and they're out of touch. But now all of a sudden, when you actually have BlackRock saying, no, put it away, I don't know how much more explicit it gets than that.
Ralph says, what's happening on purpose is dissemination of the woke employees throughout the companies while dedicated DEI departments are shut down. That's their plan. It's long in the making. I'm not sure how much of a plan that is. And if you plan what looks like a downfall, it could just be a downfall. But that may be their plan. That doesn't mean it's going to succeed, though. And then he says, what's happening in parallel is that some of these companies are running out of competence and money, and so in some places their control is slipping. What you might see as a result of that is a massive rebound where they try and rebuild and they'll get rid of all the DEI stuff. Ultimately, the DEI won't last. If we expect our nations to be competitive, it will just be filtered out. The only reason it's been able to last this long is because of the complete control these influencers have. And it's not just a, let's just choose to be evil today. It's for profit, because if you can reshape the market so that it responds positively to specific useless pointers, you can just use those pointers without having merit. So I think that was the original plan. That's probably what's been ongoing. And if you have enough control in positions where the money flows from, you can control the whole market, as has been discovered. Now, the Jewish influence is not worth ignoring, but it's not just Jewish, and it could be happening without them, although it's not as likely. So I think that's what it is. But that it's not going to work. It's like the idea of we can just succeed without working. It's a basic communist premise, and it never works.
At some
Evolution
point,
doesn't
you
like
have
it.
to. Yes, at some point you have to sell video games, and you can't rewire human attraction. You cannot make it so that no matter how many Zendayas you find or other women with weird, mixed brown faces that you shove into fucking everything, you cannot fundamentally change people's attraction. They will always find the woman on the left more attractive than the fucking monster on the right.
Yeah.
She's monstrous for a video game, in which video games are aspirational in many senses. Or you want to exist within a different body and experience another character. Like, there's different ways that people interact with avatars. There's a 4-point topology, as I've talked about before. But in some way, you are embodying somebody else. Nobody wants to embody somebody who is hideous.
To be honest, Aiden, I don't. You all that stuff's very interesting, and I know it's your specialist area. Very interesting, but that's not even necessary here. It's plain and simple. People don't want to look at that. It's that simple. Yeah. I think the rest of it's true, but that's enough to explain it.
Yeah.
That your video game, you just sell a video game where it's just a lump of dog shit slowly rotting in the street, and that's the game. You just watch dogs shit. But it's not pleasant. It's just not as good as a game where you don't have to do that.
You want to look at something that's aesthetically appealing. That's what it is. I mean, yeah, of course. Like, maybe, in a horror film, you're in a context where you want to see something gross and scary, but you don't want to linger on it. The whole point of it in a horror context, oh my God, I did it again. In a horror context is that it's supposed to be gross and off-putting. It's not supposed to be something that you stare at for a prolonged period of time.
Indeed.
I can't believe I got caught off on that. Damn it.
You're improving. I'm proud of you. All right.
Oh, gee.
Next up. Oh, yeah. So this is a meme about the Lindsay Chase. That's her name, right? Lindsay Chase
Clancy.
situation.
They've got it wrong here.
Clancy. Okay,
yeah.
I thought that sounded weird. So the meme has not just got that wrong. I wanted to debunk this meme. Because the case, as we looked at...
They can't even get her name.
I know, right?
Get her name right. Not a good way to start the meme.
Yeah. As we looked at the case in detail, and I think we came to the conclusion, and speak up if you disagree, that, yeah, she obviously killed her kids. No one's denying that. But that it was clearly, almost certainly, a psychotic episode. Probably not premeditated. The premeditation was within the psychotic episode. And the psychotic episode may have been induced by weird medication regimens for which the medical establishment are being sued by both her and her husband, who doesn't seem to be guilty of anything either. So certainly don't exonerate her. She knows she's guilty as well. But I don't think it was malicious. So let's debunk this meme. Go on, you yes. Tell me. Do you think
just real quick, there's a fantastic video, which astonishingly only has 23,000 views. I thought this video was going to pop off about it. I really, really liked this video where it describes the Lindsay Clancy case from... Why can't I copy this link, YouTube? Oh, thank you. It describes it as a sociological safari or digital safari. It's a fantastic video where she proffers up different explanations for the different behaviors. So like this is someone going through why are women doing this? Why are women backing Lindsay Clancy? And she actually hypothesizes, it's a woman who made this, that there's a multitude of explanations, and I'm prone to agree with her. Is that there's different women who are doing this for different reasons, and they all just so happen to converge upon the same output behavior.
Perhaps, yeah. Yep. So clearly didn't do it. She admitted it, be honest. She had PPD with no support and was crying out for help. She had a nanny 3 days a week. That's not true at the time it happened. The nanny had been let go by then.
Yes.
And that was agreed on by the husband and the wife when she was genuinely doing better. They didn't really foresee what happened. Her husband worked from home to help. I think that may have been true, but at the time he was out because she'd sent him out.
Yes. He had switched to working from home though, because he wanted to be present.
Yeah. And then she says, I just don't like seeing women being punished for her actions because it makes me think I will be. And then that may be true for a lot of women. That may be the reason that they're trying to defend her. But then that explanation doesn't really fit for Shiloh Hendricks. A lot of people have made the comparison between Shiloh and Lindsay here, where the differences are clearly significant in the eyes of women because Shiloh did nothing wrong. Lindsay killed her kids,
he said a word.
And yet who do women support on a massive scale? It's a bit concerning.
We'll put it even in the greater context. Shiloh Hendricks said a naughty word in response to a teen, was it? But it was like an older teen who was harassing her and trying to steal from her in public with her child. She was protecting her child from a person who was clearly some kind of fucking creep, right? So she was acting in a defensive way against someone who was being weird towards her and her children. That is the antithesis. And that's why people were bringing up, I think, Shiloh Hendricks in comparison. Other than the fact of how people treated it differently, it's also that this is a woman who was with her children, protecting her children, in a sense, versus a woman who killed her 3 kids and has received overwhelming support from women online, whereas Shiloh Hendricks not so much because she said a naughty word.
Yeah. There's something Zeman said in chat. It's interesting. He says, today the psychologist that interviewed her spoke in court. There is a good chance she faked everything to have an excuse about why she killed the kids. Also, we only have her word she was taking those drugs. That is an interesting hypothesis. It's possible, but there's a few indications that lead me to think it's probably not that. Open to it though. But the fact that she tried to kill herself in a pretty crap way, like women do try to kill themselves, but they rarely do it in a way that would disfigure themselves. Jumping head first out of a window, that seems like intentional, like she was trying to kill herself. Now, that doesn't mean she didn't mean to kill the kids, but that's not the kind of premeditation of a crime that I would expect. That does sound like mental illness. Her taking the medicine, she said she'd stop taking it. Like that I'm not saying that she was still taking it while it happened. She came off it, and that's probably what happened. But the dose was probably from what we looked at, it looked like a weird dosage and a weird regimen of drugs. So it could be the fact that she just came off it. She'd been telling people that she'd just come off it. She may have been lying, but that's a weird thing to say if you're going to premeditate it.
Well, you should be able to, depending on the time, you should be able to detect. I don't know what the total time is for those drugs to get entirely out of your system. But I know that it takes a long time for them to build up enough in your system in order for them to actually start to function, particularly a lot of like lithium, or she was on a mood stabilizer, not lithium, but it was another type of mood stabilizer, which I'm not familiar with, so I don't know about how it functions. I do know about lithium, but also with SSRIs, which I believe she was on, antidepressants. It takes a long time for those to build up in your system and also a long time to fully metabolize. So it depends on when she had stopped taking them, but that is something that they would presumably have found out in any kind of medical assessment of her, is that what levels of the drugs that she had in her system. Which isn't something you could fake, is what my point is.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's been brought up at trial.
So Zeman, it's a hypothesis worth exploring, but I would give it a lower chance of being true initially. Revlon says, Shiloh demonstrated a personal agency and independent will. This bitch signals lack of agency and lack of will. The former women hate in other women, the latter they love. The sort of crabs in the bucket hypothesis there. That's a possibility. Yeah.
One of the hypotheses that's raised in that video that I posted is it's women going, oh, fuck. Well, okay, there's a couple. Like I said, she gives a number of reasons. It's women going, oh, fuck, this could be me. What if I end up in that position? I wouldn't want the whole world to be against me. Some of it is as people brought up, the women were killing themselves in Greece, and so they made it so that, well, if you kill yourself, we're going to display your body publicly in a very humiliating way, and then all of a sudden, all the suicides stop. So there's a lot of factors that go into this in terms of how women socially communicate, but it is clearly a type of social contagion. The reasons for it may vary from woman to woman, and I think there probably are a multitude, but either way, they end up converging. And it's a really crazy way for women to converge in this particular case.
Mm. You know, when people that do scientific experiments, they need to decide what to do next. And it may be that most of the experiments they run are fruitless, but at least they've ruled them out. You know, that may be the case. Of course, they've got the process of hypothesizing where they can rule things out before trying them, but then, even then, you don't want to be certain about that. It's something might work that you don't expect. I think that's basically what, whenever large groups of humans do things that seem obviously wrong and they all follow each other's lead like sheep, I think that's what's happening. It's evolution using us as units of empiricism to see what the fuck happens when we throw.
That's one of the arguments that woman makes about the women thinking, could this be me, is that they're kind of testing the waters to see.
Well, that's more of an individual level. I'm talking more of a large scale level of like, does society work well if people do this? We just keep trying similar things because maybe this time it will work better.
And I mean, I guess too, women have been conditioned in the West to accept up to birth abortion. And so in that sense, it is pushing the limits too of like, well, okay, we've all agreed on this, right? So what point do we say that it is a problem? And and clearly, or maybe this is more the ideological side of it, women who are doing it for that reason, or maybe not even consciously, are thinking, well, we don't have responsibility to care for children up until birth. We can just kill them at any point in time. So when why not? Why not make this the next question of, well, what point, yes, I mean, it's born and they're alive, but are they really a person? They don't really have like feelings yet and stuff like that. I think that's not all of them, but I think that's a subsection of them.
I've thought of a hypothesis to explain the distinction. Right. This gets right into the depths of women's thinking. So with
into the depths.
With the women we were talking
gonna
about.
Delve.
Calm down, Aiden. I thought you said I was the one with my mind in the gutter.
Me and your energy, Home Skillet.
we begin with the kind of woman who would support Lindsay Clancy. They have spent a large portion of their life and a lot of effort doing something which is relatively easy for them, adapting their use of language to fit in, to conform, not being racist, never saying the naughty words that they don't want to say anyway, but still, there's some effort there to adapt their language. Now, that's effort that they're willing to put in because it's relatively easy, it's short-term conformist, it gets some social points, and all their women friends like it. They don't really care what the men think. However, it wouldn't give them a great amount of power if they did say it. It would actually give them much less power. It would just be bad across the board. No power, no social acceptance to say it. And so that's an easy one. If some other woman's doing it, they disapprove. Because, frankly, largely because they put in the effort not to do it. So if another woman is not putting in that effort and just is doing it, then they feel like they've been cheated. It's an injustice in their eyes. So that's why Shiloh. But then why not? If racism is so bad, why not child killing? Because killing your children does give you power. And there's no short-term immediate social push against doing so. Women want power. They don't really get power from saying naughty words, and it's really easy and fun to conform. But killing your kids does give women power.
It is women's ultimate power, too.
It's particularly fun to conform.
Yeah. It is women's ultimate power, and socially, and always has been throughout all of human history, which is the ability to mate select. So women already get to decide based on, for the outside of, rape, who they mate with for the most part. And then particularly, and even throughout history, women would engage in infanticide. If they didn't want, and that is not novel. That has been something women do because women are the selectors of which genes get passed on in that sense. If a woman really wants to kill her baby, she will kill it in the womb or she'll kill it outside of it. And that is the ultimate. And there was another case that came up around this, like around the same time, that just happened simultaneous, that has now made national news, even though I think it was a more localized story, where it's another woman who killed her kids and said, and like in her message and doing so was like, fuck you, now you can't have them, to her husband or partner or whatever. Or is very explicitly, I can take this away from you.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of women see that in the way they express themselves, they understand that is their power. They may not even say it in so many words, but it's like, I brought you into the world, I can fucking take you out of it. Mm-hmm. And also, as it relates to adult men being, they understand that that is their power, is in their reproductive capacity, and therefore their ability to remove through violence that result.
Mm. Well, I think my hypothesis is a strong place to start with explaining the distinction between those two, power and conformity.
Yeah, I think that's probably correct.
I'm sure it's not the only explaining factor, but I think it's a good one. Let's see what's next. Who's really behind the leaks? Rockstar's marketing plan. Apparently. Well, this is the idea. I think this is often the case. Don't know about this one, though. I haven't been looking too deeply into the leaking, but wasn't Rockstar like getting quite pissy about it in this case?
Yeah, they have been. They've been getting publicly quite pissy about it.
Yeah.
It keeps happening. So it is clearly someone from inside the Rockstar offices is leaking it.
Often leaks are deliberate. Often, in fact, probably most leaks are intentional. This one, I don't think it is. This one, I think it's real. But I haven't looked into it deeply enough to know for sure. Maybe you guys have. Maybe you get a better stance on that.
I've not, because I mean, honestly, I don't have any high hopes for this game.
I won't play it anyway. If it's good, I'll see some funny videos about it.
Yeah, indeed.
That's
Same.
about it. Yeah. Right. But yeah.
I don't know. I played the shit out of GTA 5, so maybe I'll play it. Not sure. I don't want to buy a fucking console though. So.
I think I played GTA 4 when it first came out. Nikon, men kanske ni ser. That one. But I don't think I played any of the other GTAs. Watched all the GTA 5 though.
San Andreas and Vice City are the two best.
They're pretty dated though, aren't they?
They are very dated. They came out, that's PS2 era.
Are they still tank controls, or have they moved past that?
No,
that time?
It's not tank controls, but they do look very dated, particularly out of the two of them. You know, I mean, it's the very blocky form still. I think as long as, I don't know. I think San Andreas holds up quite well. Vice City's maybe the aesthetics for Vice City really like help it, because now there's games that actively try to emulate that look of Vice City. And the aesthetics and the style of Vice City, I think, might help make up for the fact that the graphics are a bit dated. But if you can't move past it, I do understand that. There's some stuff I can't. But no tank controls.
I think the main reason I'm disinterested in them is just the culture of, like, American, what would you say? Like, the equivalent of American chavs.
Yeah, I don't have any interest in that either, but they're fun games. Like, it's just the gameplay itself is entertaining. You know,
I think any sandboxy game where stuff can just happen, Skyrim included, by the way, it's going to be a pretty good option to make video content about if you're already funny. And so I've watched much more of GTA 5 than I'd ever play of it, and other GTA games as well.
I mean, if you want to get it so far removed away from that quote unquote culture, which I would say more of which GTA has, then just play Saints Row. I mean, Saints Row 2 and Saints Row 3 are great games.
I played 3 and 4.
Is 4 the one with the dildo? Is that this one in space?
3 has the dildo. 4 is the superheroes, I think.
Yes. I didn't love correct. 4, but I loved Saints Row 2 and 3.
4 was just a continuation of 3. It was fine. But 3 was the thing that broke the market, as it were. But that was actually quite good. I played a fair bit of 3, I think. Did I actually play 3? I think I did. Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, Saints Row 3 is very good. But that because everything in it is obviously a joke and tongue in cheek, then any aspect of like gangster, chav culture shit is inherently being made fun of, which a lot of it is in GTA as well, to be fair.
Yeah. In 3, it was a bit more mixed. It was more like rich gangsters, whereas in GTA, it's just like the shitty backside of America is your entire roaming roaming area. Like there's some places that are nicer, but don't think much of the story takes place there. Obviously, you've got the main character, the Irish guy, I can't remember his name, but he's he
Michael's,
lives in a nice place, but he doesn't do any nice rich person things. The most you could say is he goes to a therapist, which, because it's GTA, is like a stereotype terrible California therapist, which is fine. But other than that, it's all just in the backside of America, which isn't that appealing to me as a locale.
No, the fun stuff about GTA is just fucking around.
Yeah.
You know, in a big sandbox where ridiculous things can happen.
Exactly. All right. Next thing. Oh yeah. Do you know about this woman? Emma Scholes ran back into a burning house.
Yes, I did see
A burning
this.
house, burning 93% of her body to rescue all 6 of her kids on the ventilator for weeks. The opposite of Lindsay Clancy, it says. So a moment then to put down the arms that I have arrayed against women in my previous comments, because not all. There are some very good ones, assuming.
There's an incredible biological drive to protect your children that exists in both men and women. People, feminists in particular, really like to forget that exists in men. I've looked at the data on that relatively recently. Not only do men have a very similar desire to have children as women do, but they also both have a strong desire to protect them. Obviously, we have to have these drives to exist. So, there will be insane, evil women. The stuff that's happening with all the copycats is because social media attention. It's because of copying other women. There's a whole, like I said, bunch of reasons why they're copying the support for it. But of course, women have protection instincts over their children. For the most part, naturally they do.
But this takes more than just motherly instincts, I think. This is a unique kind of bravery. There's something about this person that's exceptional, I expect.
Oh, for sure. But it is kind of the same case in that it was at risk of having her entire progeny, 6 kids, so more of them, wiped out, versus, which is exactly what did happen in the Lindsay Clancy case. Her and her husband's progeny, he's had another child with another woman, which they're very mad about, of course, the women who follow this stuff.
I wish him the best of luck. Far as I know, he didn't do anything wrong. He dealt with a lot of shit.
Yes. And either way, you're talking about the evisceration, the annihilation of your genetic line.
Yeah, very brave woman. I reckon I would say Vill's the kind of woman that would do this, except that she wouldn't have left them in there in the first place. She'd have carried them all out in one trip. This is the kind of person Vill is. Let's see what's next. Now, Aiden.
Oh. Yeah.
You were not the only one to notice this, or perhaps everyone else just reposted your picture, I don't know, but many people posted this, but you were the first I saw posting it, and it occurred to me that maybe you were trying to jump in on a joke that I am often leading on, which is to just add Usi to the end of any word.
No, I thought of you.
Aw, so cute, thank you.
I mean, is that something you want me to do? You want me to see my Belarusi and think of you? I mean, I guess, there you go. Is that a compliment? I don't think it is.
It's pronounced my Belarusi, actually. I don't know why you said Belarusi. There you go. Yes, that's apparently the state
I think
anthem.
it's actually Rushi. Belarusi.
Fair enough. State anthem of the Republic of Belarus. Better known as my Belarusi. So there you go. I had something else.
I don't think you're pronouncing it correctly. No.
This was some pretty good art. Look how stylized that text is.
I like the stylized.
It's very good.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is now equals Belarusi in the system chat. If you'd like to, I think it's that. If you want to use that. Ghost says, have you considered that the woman saving the kids from the fire was just attempting to prevent the fire from stealing her kills?
I know. Yeah, she didn't want her KD ratio to get fucked up, so she had a...
Or she hasn't taken the kills for herself yet. She's just biding her time. Welcome, H7H. All on one's going to help carry the angle. That's a good point, yeah. All right. Good. It's still drawing you correctly. Right?
Whatever. Well, it might be more accurate as of tomorrow.
Are you going to wear something that's going to embarrass me? I say as I'm threatening to have a cane and monocle which is broken. Are you getting a haircut? Oh, right, with the short hair. Okay. Are you going to wear something from the 1800s?
No.
Chat, press 1 if you don't believe.
Okay,
Well-
maybe like a little bit, but I'm
Well,
going to a
I
right-wing, dissident
know.
right-wing event.
I know.
So I
And-
look, I
and-
just party like it's 1899.
And do you know who else is being dragged along to this event? Muggins here.
Drinking your mare.
Thanks, champ. We got a lot to figure out about that event. Okay, next thing. Oh yeah, someone figured out the best method of suicide
Mm-hmm.
in 2014. Every moment since then where people have tried to figure out how to kill themselves has been a waste. This is the best method. Rent a convertible sports car and a parachute. Get your favorite handgun and shoot it in the air around a police station. High-speed chase ensues. Lead the police into the desert and wait for media choppers. It's time.jpg. Tie a parachute cord around your neck and throw a brick on the gas. Deploy parachute, snapping your neck and simultaneously dragging your lifeless body into the air behind the car. Parasail across the desert until your car dies. Bonus points of the parachute says Ron Paul 2008, which is a 6-year-old reference even back then. Bonus points if wearing assless fursuit, which I wouldn't recommend, but it would be noteworthy.
I'm now visualizing this, particularly the Ron Paul 2008 shirt, which would be that is who would be doing this kind of thing, to be
Today,
fair.
though, would it be funnier to be like Kamala Harris 2020 or 2024, whatever it was, instead? Just like a joke thing?
It'd still be better if it said Ron Paul 2008. I think that's actually now it would be even more minted.
Yeah, maybe. So in 2014, Jeb Bush, maybe. In 2014, we had
one's right. Jeb Bush.
Yeah.
Jeb 2028 or whatever.
Jeb forever.
Jeb forever.
In 2014, we still had the notion of anything that happens on the internet, no matter how interesting it is, will be forgotten within a few days or weeks. I think it was still less fast than it is today. So this would have been very noteworthy, but if this happened today, it would become a bit of a meme. But I think, to be honest, it would be so obvious and overt, it wouldn't become a very long-standing meme.
Yeah, but this was probably posted on Poll.
And it would be forgotten about in a few days.
In terms of why they're referencing Ron Paul, though, I thought that's what you were referring to, is that if you don't know, Poll, the 4chan's politically incorrect board, came out of its news board, and news was extremely, and even Poll in its earliest iterations were extremely pro-Ron Paul. And basically everyone said that like Ron Paul was like their first quote unquote red pill in many ways of realizing there were problems with the Fed. So a lot of people who are today, like far right ethnats kind of people, grew up being Ron Paul libertarians on New and then Poll. So that's why, I would imagine that's a Poll post judging from its contents. And I think that's probably more just, hello, I am one of you. Greetings, fellow Ron Paulians or whatever, old fags.
Yeah, I'm one of you. I too want to kill myself. All right, next thing.
That's everyone on Poll all the time, or on 4chan in general.
Okay, what was? Oh yeah, this is very silly. You're going to take this as an argument for your silly positions. We can talk about it, but let's not go too long about it.
Let's go.
It says in the week after the June 24th primary election for mayor, it says I can't remember who's speaking here. I think someone just reporting on the situation. I was determined to meet with voters in conservative neighborhoods where Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, Democrat socialist, had performed surprisingly well. In a Howard Beach precinct where Mamdani won, he says, met a couple who, despite being conservative, voted for Mamdani because they bizarrely thought he had run to the right of former Governor Andrew Cuomo, and also believed he was Italian-American as his name ended in an I, and he was in Astoria. Or from Astoria. Astoria sounds like far too high fantasy a name to just be a shithole in New York. It goes on. When I dug further into why they thought he was running to the right of Cuomo, they noted that it was because he discussed prices and cost of living, as Donald Trump had in 2024. They both voted for Trump. They had a hard time believing Mamdani was a socialist because they believe socialists support making everything more expensive. Couple of issues, really.
Maybe this happened. It's a real X to doubt for me.
Right?
This is some journalist writing this.
Maybe.
I don't, just because I don't trust journalists is why I X'd it out on it. I don't think I absolutely don't think this is in any way impossible that this could have been a real conversation. I just don't trust journalists.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Are there people that are whose understanding of socialism is that simple? Yeah.
I can believe this could have happened. I don't think it knocks down anything I support, but I do think it makes it nuanced, as it always is.
Well, no fucking shit. There's retards everywhere. Any political movement, any hobby, anywhere. There's always retards about. So, like, there's always going to be somebody who likes the same things as you, agrees with the same things as you, who is a complete and utter fucking moron and does it for completely. Again, it actually goes back to why do women support Lindsay Clancy? Some of them might have more nuanced reasons for doing it, more Machiavellian reasons. Some of them might just be following the fucking leader. It doesn't matter. There could be, there's retards everywhere.
The socialists don't overtly support making everything more expensive. They're more subversive than that, but that's the effect.
And when he says making, cost of living prices and stuff like that, of course, what he's talking about is putting in, having in Mamdani's case, is making it so New York State, or the New York City, excuse me, is going to have essentially food banks, which is going to come from taxpayers in the first place.
Yeah. Making
things more affordable means giving things away for free to the lower classes so that you maintain a permanent slave class.
Yeah, it's difficult for you to buy things, so we're going to force people that can buy things for themselves to buy things for you as well. This will have no negative effects on the economy, which is already the problem.
But if you're Mamdani, of course you can say, I care about the cost of living. I'm gonna make it so that we're actually stealing apartments and homes from people and then redistributing them. I'm gonna make prices of goods cheaper because I'm gonna just give them away on your dime.
There are several fix everything buttons. Slightly exaggerated, but fix a lot buttons that exist in the world today that we could just press. One of them, as I said, is like mass deportations. That's the biggest one, I think. Another one is just reduce the size of government, cut taxes, and then just let people make their own money.
Yeah.
It's not that easy to do because you've got to pick and choose what to reduce, and when you remove something, there's going to be a vacuum there, but you can set up a plan. Within a few years, you can cut massive things from government that just aren't necessary and are hurting people.
Yes, and by the way, I do agree with some level of social safety net, but I only agree with having a social safety net if you live in a homogenous society. If you bring in the whole fucking world, I have no reason to give a shit if my neighbor is suffering or not, right?
Yeah.
I just don't. They have nothing in common with me. We don't share any values. So I have no reason to care. But if you live in a homogenous society, first and foremost, then you can talk about having social safety nets. Also, if you do lower taxes, people are more able and willing, particularly if you have a cohesive, and I think you agree with me actually on this, Christian society, they're encouraged to donate to charity by their religion. Any other problems that you have with Christianity's truthfulness or whatever aside, having those community-focused, community-oriented organizations makes people more willing to actually care about their neighbors, have a religious and cultural reason to do so, and then they do.
Can't hurt.
By their own volition.
I question the viability of charity or government to provide an actual safety net, but having a combination of the two available by choice, both powerful and not limited by the other, that's got to be the best combination.
I think so.
And that does require a homogeneous and broadly Christian society, yes. Vil says pagans also donate to charity. I'm sure that members of every religion do.
Well, as I said before, people are retards.
The best track record by far out of any religion in correlating with successful societies. By far. Like 100 times better than any other religion.
And it is because people are retards. The vast majority of people are even in a homogenous white society, are kind of fucking stupid. And they need Christianity for a much more simple reason, which is just there's a big scary guy who's watching you in the sky. He knows when you do bad things and he doesn't like that. He's going to punish you for doing that. And he likes when you do good things and he's going to reward you for doing that. And for a lot of people, mostly, let's be clear, non-whites, but even among whites, a bunch of them are retarded too. And that's how they understand Christianity is that I should do good things so that I will get good things in return.
I broadly agree, but I'd word it differently. Kind of society does not require Christianity, but Christianity does produce that society, and Islam actively prevents formation of society as a contrast. I don't know, I put it differently. I think Christianity doesn't necessarily produce that society. It works alongside other things to semi-produce it, semi-amplify. It's like evolution. You don't get, the heart evolving fully and then the intestines evolve fully. No, they evolve gradually together. You can't have one without the other, and you can't have one significantly ahead, quote unquote, of the other without, they have to be roughly even. And it's a long process. So, Christianity is an excellent addition to a society growing into a prosperous, high-trust society. Christianity, out of the current world religions, is probably, in practice, necessary to do that. I don't know of another way. I wouldn't want to test another way of doing it.
Well, we have one that we know works pretty well.
Yeah.
Hey, Iz.
Next thing. Oh, this is fun. You'll get this one. Being a Linux user, they say, who doesn't know shit from fuck about computers is wild. I'll see a new update notification for a GNOME keyring, which is for GNOME features, demons, and tools. And I just go, alrighty, give the GNOME his demons and tools, I guess. You're in charge here, Linux. Do what you gotta do to communicate with my CPU so I can keep playing Hellsinker, whatever that is.
Whoa, it's so real.
Yeah.
This is how I feel all the time with
literally
everything.
The official Arch account says doesn't get better with more knowledge, trust me. I'd never thought about it, but yeah.
Even when I knew how to use Linux. Yeah.
GNOME keyring, GNOME demons, GNOME tools. I'm sure it sounds very weird. GNOME is the name of a popular desktop environment. So on Windows, your desktop environment's built into your operating system. There's no distinction. On Linux, it's all separated. You can pick and choose, mix and match different parts if you want. So the keyring is about authentication. It gives you keyrings for like keys, private keys to access various things. A keyring is just the thing that stores and manages and manages access to them as well. And then GNOME features demons or daemons, I don't know, is a term which has been used. I always
said daemons, but don't ask me.
Term that's been used on Linux for many years, I think on just not Linux, maybe BSD as well, for applications that run in the background. Basically, that's all it is. So background server, a background service as well. They'd be daemons. I think that's what that means. So that's the strangest word in there. That's all that means. It's very simple. And obviously tools is probably just little executables. So yeah, it's just updating some of the basic stuff that runs in the background. But the GNOME needs his keys so that he can summon demons and his special tools. It's much funnier. But yeah, the account here saying it doesn't get better. Like, even though I know what this stuff means, there's still layers of hell far deeper than this guy's going to encounter that Arch Linux Official, I'm sure, has encountered himself, which are not quite the same set of problems, but similarly enigmatic depths of the specifics of computing. Yeah. It's I do recommend anyone who is not sort of just a brain-off computer user, try Linux. Now is the time. Now is the time.
Well, I'll keep doing what I'm doing then, because I am very brain-off. That's why you keep having to help me with shit, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
I've always been tech support, chat, but now I'm tech support for someone who lives a couple hundred miles away and refuses advice.
Okay. Yes, I do, but it's only because I'm stubborn, okay?
I'd noticed.
You wouldn't know anything about that, though.
Don't worry, I'm not as stubborn as you, to be fair.
Probably true.
All right, next thing. This is fun. We're closing in on 80 years, lads. Netanyahu says we have survived empires. We are not afraid of Turkey. To which Erdogan says, what empires? Your country is younger than my brother. Excellent.
Is it real?
I think, I don't know if this is real. Meme. It might not be real, but it could, it's not false. If it was said, it wouldn't be false, I don't think. If Erdogan's brother is 80, I think right now he is older than Israel. Now, the idea of we have survived empires, well, people calling themselves Jews or Israelis have, although most of them
'cause they're
subverted
still
and
alive?
destroyed them, but there's a lot of debate, and I've heard a lot of people saying that it's not the same group of people, it's a totally different group of people.
I mean, there's a hypothesis about that, yes, which is that the Jews of the Bible, the Hebrews of the Bible, are in no way the people who call themselves Jews today. I would say this is, by the way, a brilliant hypothesis or he's not his hypothesis, he's popularized it recently. It's come back into the Gestalt through him, and he's had some fucking stuff come out about him that I didn't know about until I watched a video about it yesterday from Revenant 777, which is disturbing. Look, I was kind of like, okay, so whatever, he cross-dressed and put on women's clothing and was a big homosexual. I expect that from people on the right. No, it's worse than that.
It's fallen for the goy slop.
No, he's. I think he's actually just a communist subverter. I think he actually is. I don't know. I had to look into it more. I'm glad I didn't bring him on to Wolfings, is what I'm saying there. Into our organization, is what I mean. Anyway, but he has been someone who's popularized that as of late, as has Pastor Rich Tidwell.
So someone
talking a lot about it recently.
Someone talks shit about the Jews, you're like, oh, we need to get him involved. And then the cross-dressing comes out. Always the way with people in your organization. The only difference is in this case, you didn't invite him before you found out he was a raging flamer.
It keeps happening.
I'm going to be the only straight man in that room, aren't I?
No, there will be other straight people.
I think
there.
Harry's straight. Is he going to be there?
No, he can't. He's busy with his daughter. They had
Aiden has introduced me to Harry.
Wait, no,
he seems like a nice guy.
Yes,
how many of you?
Sorry, that was for the previous thing. Yes, Harry will be there.
How many of you have met Harry in person before ever watching his content?
Well, no, of course I'd seen Harry on Lotus Eaters before I met him.
Yeah, I might be the only one I know.
You've never seen any segments with him on
There's
Lotus
probably
Eaters?
some clip that I've been shown. But you could
take
never
him
intentionally, and I'd never for more than a short clip. No.
So if I show you a picture of the Lotus Eaters, would you guess? You think you don't know what they are, like who's who?
No, I only know Harry because I met him, and Sargon because I was friends with him for years.
Oh, you did meet Harry. Never mind. So that wouldn't work. I forgot that you had. Yeah. My bad.
I don't know. I wouldn't recognize the others though.
Death.
I've never deliberately watched Lotus Eaters.
Sargon got so fucking perturbed at the video that Spoon put out that he actually left a comment on it. He got so butt blasted.
Might not be perturbance, but I don't know.
No, it clearly is. Because he was basically like, had said something to the effect of, I could explain this to you, but I won't.
To be fair, Spoon does induce that because Spoon genuinely doesn't understand almost anything he talks about.
But this was involving something where Sargon was literally wrong and then agreed that he was wrong, but...
Okay. Well, Sargon, I've criticized him before. Not trying to defend him, but the problem is that I do not rate Spoon as a particularly incisive individual. So if he's managed to criticize Sargon successfully, it must be a pretty fucking bad blind spot for Sargon, which he does have some.
Like I said, he said elite theory is X and not Y. We all came in and said, no, elite theory is Y and not X, which is what he was objecting to us saying it in the first place. Then the editor of his magazine came in and said, no, elite theory is Y and not X, as you claim, Sargon. He's like, I know. Okay.
There could be some interpretation there and some blurred lines, but whatever.
Not really.
That is less important because it's just the definition of a term on a concept he disagrees with anyway. So whatever. That's not too bad.
Well, it kind of matters if you're going to say.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about it, you should at least know what other people mean by it. Of course,
and then say, oh yeah, I know that's what not just what they mean, but I know that's what it is. But I have chosen to ignore that.
Dumb.
Allegedly.
To even consider something like a term that's been made up in the last few years to be is something.
Oh, no. It's not been made up in the last few years.
The term is for well, whatever. Popularized then. The term is for communicating intent. And Sargon, he's not too bad at this, but weaker than I'd like, is not really understanding people's intents, like what they fully mean before starting. He's not too bad, nowhere near the worst I've seen, but he's not great at it. And that may have been what happened here. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'd have to see it.
Yeah, no, elite theory has been around since the early 1900s. So it is not in any way a new theory.
Can you tell me what it is? Because I've heard it explained before, but as far as I can tell, it is just the idea that elite's going to elite.
Well, it's basically that power is top down from elites to non-elites. So that, and they're the ones who control society. The elites will always control society.
If that's all it is.
The whole idea is that it's not, it's actually, that's what I mean. It's not that fucking complicated. That's it.
That's true, but it's also barely worth having a term for.
Well, there's other aspects to it as well, which is that, what else? It is just an idea where like a theoretical structure of how power functions, which is top down. And that really is all it is. So why Sargon doesn't like it is because it does, part of it would stipulate that non-elites can't influence the elites. And so voting, for example, democratic processes, like you have to think about, I'm voting for someone I like, but who selects who's on the ballot? All these other things that are determined by elites, for example.
Treating elite theory as an argument against democracy, I think misses the point. I think anyone who thinks that democracy is a direct enforcement of power is a low-wit, just defaulting to the common belief of low-wits, or has just not understood it. It is indirect. You're providing support for, in the end, like ultimately, you're providing support for the elites who want power, who don't currently have it, who share your beliefs. Ultimately, that's how it works. So it's true, sort of, mostly, that power flows from people who are smart or able to lead. The whole idea of great man. Like, I don't like calling these things theories. They're kind of obvious. But that does not knock out democracy in the slightest. It's just a different way of doing it. Democracy tries to arbitrate away from making it normal that elites just have all the power all the time. And democracy tries to say, let's at least put a layer in there that we agree upon that should try to reduce how overstrong that is. And it doesn't always work, but it's not like it imposes that everyone has power over the elites. It just changes the way the elites can use power, which I think is beneficial.
So I'll read exactly what I have in my speech about this, because I worked in some of this stuff with Sargon where he called elite theory an ideology when it literally has theory in the term. And it says, I said elite theory, that dastardly quote unquote ideology, does not tell us that all action is pointless, as some seem to believe. What Pareto, Moscow, Michaels, and later Burnham force us to confront is that every complex society is governed by organized minorities, not by the volonté générale, no matter how motivated, energized, nor righteously indignant.
Is this what Sargon said or someone else said?
No, that's from my speech that I'm about to give this weekend.
Okay. I mean,
it's about organized minorities.
All you just say is Pareto. Like, yes, that will happen. It makes sense to centralize power in fewer people. It's always a better idea to have a strong male figure leading anything.
By the way, this actually brings up a question. I've noticed that there is I don't know why it is. Everyone seems to pronounce that guy's name differently. I have always heard it, and the way I pronounce it is Pareto, like a Pareto distribution. You said Pareto. Mm-hmm. Now I'm curious as to why there's a difference of pronunciation on this Italian guy's name. It seems to be cultural, I think. It generally is.
Aiden, how would you say the second letter of the Greek alphabet?
Oh, I don't know. Beta?
Yeah. Beta is the American pronunciation. The
beta.
English pronunciation should be beta. But I got used to saying beta because of free space. Brilliant space sim, by the way. So sometimes, for some rare words like that, I will use the wrong to British pronunciation. But I don't think
there's an agreed upon way to pronounce this guy's name.
Exactly an example of that. Because it's the same sound being made. Beta, Pareto. Pareto is that's what you're saying. And then beta, Pareto. Same idea. So I think it's when an E is fulfilling that role, Americans and Brits will by default pronounce it differently.
No, but it seems to not be a cross accent.
Okay.
I've heard Americans pronounce it the way that you just did, and I've heard Brits pronounce it the way I just did. So I think it's
that
more...
might be a sort of a cross-contamination thing, whoever they heard it from first.
I think that's actually what it is whoever you heard say that word first. And I heard it in, university and probably graduate school when we're learning about Pareto distributions. So
I don't know where I would have heard it. Maybe even from Sargon, actually, or something we were talking about when we were friends. Italian name just isn't how the Italian says it. You think I'm going to take hints on how to use English from an Italian?
Fuck no.
What do you take me for? But yeah. When you do your gay little speech against democracy, Aiden, I hope that you will at least keep in mind that you're not arguing effectively or otherwise against my position, because my position on democracy, as you probably noticed, is not the simple obvious one. It's quite nuanced and verified. So you may be arguing against like some sort of common delusional beliefs, because there are people that think of it in many of the ways that you argue against it. But it's just I'm not one of them, and I don't think most of my audience who support democracy are either. There are very sophisticated supports of democracy, and you're not. Most of what you say isn't really against those. It's mostly against the common man's arguments, which is kind of a useless thing to argue against anyway, no matter what they believe.
Well, I'm against the common man.
But Aiden, the common man's position on monarchy is that it's just dictatorship with a crown, which I know isn't true.
They shouldn't bother to have opinions on politics. They shouldn't feel the need to. Why should they?
Democracy is in their lives, so they have an opinion on it to a degree, yes. But if I only ever dealt with monarchy in those terms, as dictatorship with a crown, I don't think you'd be too happy about that. So I would challenge you at some point to come up with some arguments against democracy, which would actually work like in a debate with me, not just with the average person. And maybe present them in a speech.
Yeah, but this speech is based.
And there you see, ladies and gentlemen, why women shouldn't be allowed to do politics.
Hang on.
Their priorities are always skewed.
Let me actually say what I mean by that. This is a speech that is aimed at a specific group of people in a specific environment in which these are my big reason in bringing this is hey, I've found data. I've found some statistics that might be useful.
This is why I have issues with like marketing myself, because I'm always interested in doing the right thing rather than doing the effective thing.
Well, I am still interested in doing the right thing, which is to get the information out there. But in a speech where the whole point is we're coming together for a weekend to all hang out because we agree on stuff politically already.
I think that's even making the argument even stronger. If I was in a group where we all agreed on something, I would try to say something different. I'd try to, but I'm naturally drawn towards being a pariah, even in my own community in many cases. So
see, I don't know the exact extent of what the vibe will be this weekend regarding particularly Restore and people's vibes towards that. And this is a bit scathing towards Restore. I mean, way more so towards Reform, but it puts them in the same bucket, so it's whatever. So if I might be going against what a lot of people there think, if there's still a lot of Restore support in that room. I don't know that.
I'm not like other far-righters. I don't consider myself a far-right.
Yeah.
Even. Like, I don't know, depends how you define it, but maybe on some positions. Like, yeah, deport them all, and better dead than red, all that stuff. But still, I have some positions that are pretty central. I think both you and I have a few central or even slightly left-leaning positions, don't we, Aiden? I don't know how many you have, actually.
Yeah, like I just talked about the social safety net. Yeah. That's a quote-unquote left-wing position.
Yeah, and
I don't think it is, by the way, a left-wing position. I think that is something that
well, you're saying it should be done mostly via voluntarism, or are you saying there should be a state-provided one? Because that tends to
both
expand.
I think both. I agreed with you in that. I think that it should probably
balanced
be both.
And non-interfering. Yeah,
as much as possible. But
I also support
that is quote-unquote socialism to say the state should have any involvement.
Sort of. I also support
a form of weak, welfare stuff.
I also support nationalized healthcare, not because it's the best system, but because the best system decays into the worst system naturally over time.
I would support nationalized healthcare for the same reason that I support a social safety net. But it has to be a homogenized, not in race and in culture and in, honestly, religion. And the only one that works for that really well is Christianity. The Asians have gotten along there pretty well too, but they also have very high IQ. So see, you can't separate these things, right?
Most successful Asian culture is half white. Or the genetics are at least partly white. Japan.
Who the Japanese?
The Ainu, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so happens to be the most successful Asian culture.
Yeah, they do have some European admixture.
Right. Next thing. Oh, this is... tell me if you think this is AI. It's pretty fucking amazing. Whether it's AI or not, actually, it's pretty fucking cool. Right, this is some goats on some mountains. Ready?
Mm-hmm. What? This can't be real.
I've seen goats do some crazy shit.
I have seen them do crazy stuff, but
not
like,
quite
part
this
of that didn't look
fast,
physically
though.
possible. No. And they're like,
look how close they are to each other. So they just don't fucking care.
It might. I actually don't know either, because I have also seen. I've seen other videos like some of the stuff they're seeing. This is something I hate though too, where it's like they turn off the fall damage. The goats are weirdly
goats on mountains
resilient
are
to it.
Fucking nuts, though. They will stand on some very thin ledges. It could just be sped up. Yes, it doesn't have the sort of feel of a video that's been sped up. You can usually feel when it has, but this one doesn't feel like it. I mean, it looks obviously the motion is crazy, but it doesn't. I don't know how to describe it. When you accelerate and you speed up a video, you can tell it's been sped up inherently. This doesn't seem. This doesn't have that feel, but maybe they've just done something clever to.
Part of it might be that this is like a fisheye lens, or how it's mounted. You know,
it is a fisheye lens.
Is warping the lens which might be partially why it looks so weird.
I don't think that would make a big difference to the thing about it that is, the fact that it's so fast and so dangerous. But yeah, hey, I mean, Globetards, this is your evidence, is it? It's a fisheye lens. Earth's flat. There you go.
I mean, fainting goats exist. I can imagine they're this suicidal.
All right, Pug says, look at the last 10 seconds and the goat changing his fall direction. I didn't know. The weirdest part was when this goat just drops. It looked like it bounced off of something. Watch it just drop and then like here. Ready?
Oh,
it just drops.
Yeah. Dude, yeah. Okay, it's AI.
It's still, no, I don't know. It still could be real. I don't know. It did sort of seem to change its fall direction there just briefly before it made contact. Watch carefully. Yeah, it did. So it's probably AI, but it's very good if it is AI.
Again, I have seen actual videos like that from before AI existed, so I know they're real, of goats doing crazy shit.
Yeah. You say it's AI again.
I mean, I do agree, like, this is annoying. It's annoying that we have to have these kinds of conversations of, like, is this an actual real video or not?
Still cool either way. Let's see what's next. This is fucking crazy, right? the new extent of the migrant crisis. Apparently, German police tried to enter Poland through small dirt roads in the forest, along the border with Poland, and leave illegal migrants there. Polish citizen patrols reportedly monitored the area and prevented the alleged transfers. This would an extraordinary escalation in the migrant dispute between Germany and Poland. There's so many angles you could analyze this from. This is fucking nuts.
Yeah.
So, the Poland and Germany moving your police. If this is an official state order, as far as I'm concerned, that's an act of war. Secondly,
well, Germany would have no experience with invading Poland.
That's the other thing. Secondly is so Germany realizes that these are bioweapons then. That's interesting. Thirdly is, Poland's been generally against bringing in massive immigration. So Germany is like, even if we have to stuff them in by foot, we're going to make you take on 1 trillion Jeets one way or the other. Like, this is desperation.
I mean, it's less Jeets, I think, in Germany. It's a bunch of them too, but it's Africans.
Like, and Turks, I think,
and Arabs, yeah.
Yeah. But then you've got also the idea of, like, the citizens stop them. Like, you would detect doing this. But I just love the fact that this is, if the state's endorsing this is an act of war. Like, you've moved in figures of authority, of like a physical authority, from your country into another country, and broken their laws by bringing in people and then leaving them there who you believe will be bad. That, to me, is an act of war.
Or, I mean, like, look, there could be all kinds of reasons that they could explain as to why they did it. Oh, it's that they said they were actually from Poland, or they were trying to get to Poland.
And there's
You know,
no level of validity to any excuse if you did it surreptitiously.
What I would imagine this probably is, just judging from the environment, is that this might be a small town. Some migrants showed up. Local police were like, "Achtung, bucko, you gotta go. You gotta get out here." 999, and just drove him off and dropped him. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why this is happening. It's not like some coordinated effort by the police. Maybe a local police department went, "I don't fucking think so."
That's why I did premise
the Polish border.
the whole act of war thing with if the state is doing it. But you're probably right, yes. But if so, hey, good for that little town. But Poland, is that really where you want to put them? Is that where they came from? I doubt it.
Maybe. No, but maybe. Look, if you're doing some,
we just want them to be killed, and we're pretty sure the Poles will do it for us.
If you really want them gotten rid of, they're more likely to be gotten rid of by the Poles, by the Polish government, than by the German government. The Polish government might actually fucking send them the fuck back. The Germans won't do it. So if you want to get rid of these people, and they're invading your little town, for example, and you're a police officer, probably the best thing you could do is drop them off in Poland.
And assuming that they came from some other country, like maybe Austria or something, rather than Poland or Hungary, which generally don't do that, then you wouldn't be... You could drive them all the way to... But if you're nearer to Poland, is it your job to drive 10 hours to get them to the country that will take them willingly? No. Fuck them. So, that's a good theory, actually. Let's watch the video.
Yeah. I could see that being a rationale. We'll let the Poles deal with it.
Oni tutaj jeżdżą co 2 godziny, to czyli coś musi być na rzecz. A wszyscy...
That's it. Not very conclusive evidence, is it? But
no, it's not. I was expecting them to actually throw him out of the car or something.
That would be funny. But no, I can't really confirm this is true.
No, if there's immigrants in the car. No, it's just a German police car.
This person appears to be speaking on. Oh no! First thing in the tweet.
Fatima?
Look, first thing in the tweet is the alarm light.
Oh yeah, the alarm light. Yeah.
But yeah, as Germany is invading Poland. There's so many angles for this one. But yeah, I like your theory better. It's probably true. And I
mean, if this happened, right? So big if on that. But if this happened, I could absolutely see some local town being like, no, we can't do anything about this. But you know who can and will is the Polish.
Mm-hmm. All right, next thing.
What a reversal of situations there.
Yeah.
For the Germans. Yikes.
All right, so this is, what would you say, Hacking Santa? Says, by getting rid of paper files and replacing them with digital ones, they can erase history. One day you'll encounter the message page not found, and the next day you'll see them deny that it ever actually happened, says Julian Assange. Now, Julian Assange is a mixed figure. He has a lot of wisdom on these kinds of topics, and I value his input. But he is wrong about this. Maybe in the early days of digitalization, this was true, but that's only because the technology was new. I'd say that in terms of retaining things long term, you've got against dystopian governments trying to hide it, you've got a better chance of doing it with digital data than with physical data.
Oh yeah. I mean, anything, this is now. I feel like when I was in college, this was starting to be taught in schools, but it certainly is now, and it is now. Everybody knows that anything you post anywhere on the internet, it's a very good likelihood that it will be archived and someone will be able to connect it to you in some way and pull it the fuck back up.
So,
back in the Wild Wild West, like the early 2000s, we didn't know that at that point in time, but
what did the government have more control over? Option 1, physical files they control, they hold physically in a locked vault. Option 2, information that they made public when it was safe to, and then 6 million archives of it, 6 billion tweets about it, 6,000 people who have personally downloaded every trace of it onto their computer and have already distributed it. Like, there's just no comparison. Once the communication infrastructure is set up, convenience is the only thing that makes this stuff last. So actually, I think digital information makes it vastly more difficult for them to memory hold things. They still try and succeed sometimes, but much less than they could otherwise. Much less.
The question is, when did Assange say this? Recently?
If he said this in the year 2000.
If he said this in 2008
maybe,
or 2006, this would
maybe
I would,
just even then.
I think if he'd said that in 2006 or so, like in the mid, early to mid 2000s, even like as late as 2008, I might think, okay, there's a possibility that that was a genuine thing to believe. Anymore, I don't think so. Again, you watched all of the Chris Chan fucking documentary, and that's the most documented man in human history. And there's tons of other locales who don't have as much documentation as Chris, just because of how long he's been documented, if not anything else. But there's tons of people like that are locales where every single thing, like any errant tweet or thought that they've thought to post on the internet, everything they do gets cataloged. And that's the case with everyone, just most people don't care enough to look at it, right?
2010 to 2012, I think that's too late to be justifiable.
For Assange, probably.
I think by that time
for someone who knows as much about
better.
it.
Now,
by that point, he should have known better.
The general risk has always been a thing. Orwell, of course, famously said it. I'm sure that he wasn't the first. So it goes back 100 years, roughly, or more, that the idea that they could do this has happened, but digital data just makes it more difficult for them to do it. They have to be more sophisticated in the ways they do it. It's more difficult. So I'm surprised he said this in 2010-ish. It's too late for it.
I think it's on the other side of it, I think. I'll be right back, by the way.
All right, next thing. Okay, so there's a theory that Mitch McConnell has been dead since June 4th. So he apparently sat for 20 hours on the Senate floor, so just in the Senate chambers, without moving.
If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall,
where is he in this picture?
Time after time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me.
I actually can't see where he is in these pictures.
He was the top center in the last.
Okay. That's not him in the middle there, is it? No.
On the left.
Is that him with the white hair? Oh.
The lowest man in the picture, yes, that's him.
Okay.
He's the one not moving.
Yeah.
Time after time.
He's just sitting there. He's moving, but only just. He doesn't even look like he's asleep. I mean, maybe he's dozed off, I don't know. Even if he's asleep, 20 hours of sleep is a long time. I don't know, do all people tend to sleep for much, much longer sometimes? They probably do, especially if he's still busy. But if he's dead, I feel like someone would have noticed. There's obviously a guy next to him, but that guy would have to know. I don't think he's dead. I think he's probably just taken a very long sleep in the Senate hall. Pro musical status player, yeah. Doesn't even look once to the side. No, you'd think even if he was asleep, you'd like wake up occasionally and look around. But he did move a little bit during this, so I expect he wasn't dead here. He was just asleep. But long ass sleep though. He's been dead for several years. So people are saying that that he is currently dead. Maybe, I don't know. The only thing is like the only thing that would make a difference to is his replacement, or if he's still voting. Which I'm not sure if he is. He probably is though. And the replacement, of course, would have to come at a specific time. Or does it actually? Do you have elections as soon as? I guess you would, as soon as the current incumbent dies. I guess you would have elections quickly after that. In which case, I guess it should be investigated. Shit. Yeah, I don't know though. I don't know if he's currently dead. I don't think he was at that point though. I would guess that whatever you're being told about whether he's alive or not is true, but I don't know. There's not much benefit to saying yay or nay on whether he's alive, on lying about it. If there's not much benefit to be had, then they probably aren't lying about it. They had to have revealed his death by early August to be replaced before the election. Well, then they probably would have announced it by now. Elections are on schedule. Okay. I don't know. In that case, they may announce it any day if he is actually dead. Not trying to muscle through a filibuster, you see. I don't know. I don't know how that works exactly. All right, well, we'll see then, Ghost. It might happen soon. All right, next thing. Oh yeah, James O'Keefe once again being seemingly being a hero. Breaking update, Senator Lisa Murkowski, who is ugly as fuck, team is furious, indicating that James O'Keefe should face prosecution because he simply exposed Alaska's voter vulnerability. Poll workers were going to let O'Keefe vote as Murkowski's brother. It says Brian there. Do we need to fact check this? So yeah, how dare you do what we let people do? Of course, it was the exposure of it. But that's what it seems like anyway. But it keeps happening.
Sorry, I'm catching up there for a moment.
Oh.
Well, again, it's rules for thee, but not for me, or rules for our pets and not for you.
Mm.
You know?
Indeed. There's a bit more on election integrity stuff today. We'll get to that soon. First, though. Ah, yes. You'll like this one because it's shitting on women. The 3-year-old boy
Yay!
who survived 2 freezing nights says that a bear helped keep him warm. Quote, he said he hung out with the bear for 2 days. God sent him a friend to keep him safe.
Oh, it's Mowgli. White
Except
Mowgli.
very white, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how could that story be any more heartwarming? The fact that he, survived as well, it was found and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Do we think it was
heartwarming story.
Do we think it was a bear? He looks young enough that he might have it might have been some other animal. But I don't know. There's probably examples of that. As far as I know, right, polar bears, white bears, are completely savage and evil. Never get anywhere near one. Run immediately.
Most things that live in the Arctic are like that, by the way.
Yeah.
Harsh environments.
But then, like, brown bears, and I think brown bears are like the next one down where they're pretty nasty as well. But then black bears, as far as I recall, I might be completely wrong on this, are more friendly and they're more, like, scared as well. Am I wrong on that?
Okay. Yeah, okay. Any kind of bears, as like any kind of animal, can get scared. But I will say this, and it's partially because of human behavior. If you go to a campsite anywhere in West Virginia, where I'm from, you will find signs everywhere that are about making sure you take care of your trash and get rid of your trash so you don't attract black bears. What they will hide up in the trees and they will put the drop on you. I know people talk about drop bears in Australia, but we actually have drop bears in the United States. They're called black bears, and they can be fucking savage and do cause probably not a ton of like deaths, but they do cause a lot of injuries and nasty encounters with people. They can be very aggressive, and you have to be very careful to not leave rubbish about because they will collect around it and attack people potentially.
Almost all animals are just kind of terrified of humans, so I could believe that they could see from above. That looks like a creature, let's get it. Drop, hurt, like damage it, injure it, and then like, oh shit, it's a human, book it, and then just fucking run away.
But also because, and this is why I said it's affected by human factors, is that it's in campsites. The bears know that they can go there and get food. So if humans weren't doing these like massive, I'm saying they're like industrial scale campsites, the ones I've seen them around, where it's not just 1 or 2 cabins spread throughout, or just like an open campsite where, there's maybe an electricity hookup or water hookup here or there, spread throughout a big park or something like that even. I'm talking about the ones where it's very highly built up. That's where I've seen all the warnings for the black bears. I guess it's difficult to explain that there's such a thing as a built-up campsite, but they do exist, where there's a bunch of homes, essentially, big cabins that are all, so it's basically just like a rural neighborhood that's always for sale. Those things. The bears learn to be like, oh yeah, I can always get food here, so they're always around. And they probably learn to be less afraid of humans because of the frequent exposure, right?
But they still wouldn't want to hurt or actually directly encounter humans. They just want to take their shit.
Yeah, and like I said, I think they get more comfortable, you know, from just the exposure element.
Yeah. But several people in chat are saying that black bears are pretty docile. I think that they are. I think the scale is roughly like that. That black are the most docile, then brown, and then polar bears.
They're one of the smallest. They're one of the smallest bears.
That too, yes. But then, if that's the case, then not only is it the opposite as from humans, but also I could believe like a black bear would actually care for a human, if a very young human, just about. But even then, black or brown, if they cared for a human, it was maybe just to sort of just keep the food warm for later, for when you need it. For when you're hungry, I don't know. Maybe that's how it works. I don't know if they bother with that. But like, I'm
trying to remember from this. I think they mostly attack when you're doing stuff with the bins because they just smell food. The black bears.
Stay on target, Aiden. There's a strong impulse that humans have, and I've always assumed it was just humans that do this, but it might not be, that the young of other species are to be cared for and loved and whatever, and welcomed into your family. And there's, I think, many benefits to doing this. Not only is this the kind of mentality that would start an allegiance between, say, humans and dogs, once wolves, which is very beneficial allegiance, also with cats as well. I think that's probably how it first occurred, is the young of some species was adopted. It wouldn't have been an existing wolf was adopted, but it would be the young.
No, I'm sure it was a
specifically.
kitten and a pup or whatever,
Yeah.
a cub.
Of course, before that, there were stages of wolves being confident being near humans because of trash thrown out by humans and
Yes.
But then at some point,
And cats because of mice and vermin.
But at some point, the young of those species would have made it into the human's care and out of the care of the species itself, and that's probably where it started on an individual level of actually working them into the tribe. So that's a beneficial mentality to care for the young of another species. But it may be that humans aren't the only ones that do that. I've not seen the kind of symbiosis that humans and dogs have in any other species, but maybe bears have like the beginnings of that instinct. I don't know.
Well, it's so both human children and baby animals are neotenous in their features. So we speculate that one of the reasons people find cats so cute is because they have neotenous features. They have big eyes, tiny little faces, which in a very broad sense resemble a human child in the facial features. And that's but
I doubt it would be so reliable if it was just that.
But the cats that would survive best, right? Think of survival of the fittest. If cats learn that they can get food reliably by hanging out around humans, the cats that would survive the best, that would be naturally selected for, even without human intervention, would be the ones that looked cutest, that looked most like a baby. And by that, I mean having the same big eyes. They would be more successful at getting humans to like them and be okay with sharing space with them.
Indeed.
Same thing with dog breeds versus wolves, right? Of having bigger eyes, smaller heads, these, I can never pronounce this word. I just did it a couple times. Neotenous features, right? That more resemble a human child who also is going to have bigger eyes and a smaller head.
However, humans, unless it's their own child, or sometimes the child of someone they know, don't generally find babies cute. Humans generally find the young of other species far cuter than the young of their own species.
What's kind of maybe it's not quite an uncanny valley, but in that same kind of zone where it's another human, there's what's involved with that, where it's like, oh, it's an animal baby, it's not falling in that.
Wouldn't be serving us very well evolutionarily if it applied to other humans, even if they are babies. I think what it is the neotenous feature thing is a factor, but not a major one. It's specifically because
definitely
caring for the young of other species is beneficial, and getting involved with babies that aren't your own is bad. So you shouldn't think that they're cute.
I think there's, hang on, but you're a man, okay? Like women, however, not all, by the way, just to be clear, I know that there's some women here in particular who would disagree with this. I think actually is not just here. Because is she not?
She's not currently, no. She has some other job.
Most women do find babies very cute, even if they're not their own. If you've ever been in public and seen a woman with a baby, all the other women will go, oh, and go and coo over it. That's what women do.
But usually that'll be a baby of someone they know.
No, I mean that's like the whole stereotype. It's why white women have such a savior complex about non's babies. I mean, I'm talking about historically.
Well, yes, but the reason they have that is because they do view them as a different species inherently, like internally. It makes my point, and I get to call liberal white women inherently racist, but they don't realize it in denial.
Think that's part of it. But then maybe again, I'm using the term uncanny valley, but I think it's something in that same where it's like it's not too close to me. It's like if it's a little bit close to me, then it's uncomfortable because that's someone else's child. I would respect their autonomy. Whereas if it's
ironically
a human baby,
it's
that's
kind
not
of
of your
opposite
race. It's further removed.
With sex selection, really close is bad, and too far is bad. In the middle is good. But with the visual appeal of babies, if they're really close, that's fine. They're a long way away. For some people, that's fine, and it's questionable. But different species, as I said, benefits there. But if it's somewhere in the middle, stay away. Not your baby.
Right, because it's not yours. Right, I think that's it. It's because I recognize this is not mine, and I don't have anything to do with it. And I might want to help, but I'm not going to be like if they were in danger or something, of course. But I don't want to involve myself.
All these intuitions that we have are adaptable to circumstances. Any kind of emergency, you can put that away straight away.
Yeah.
So humans are quite good at that. All right, and then obviously the commentary
I love that
here
Florence
is
Nightingale quote that Zenman posted. Actually, I've used it in a video before.
Okay. The comment here is new argument just dropped in the TikTok mom or bear debate.
Well, right. So sorry, back to the point.
Yeah.
Is...
So the bear was more caring than Lindsay Clancy. Although again, as we said, there's a lot of other factors to that case. And this bear caring for a human child who then survives and is returned to his family is probably quite rare. But still, it's fun. And then you got this.
Yeah.
So I thought you'd like this because shitting on women.
Well, I mean, I always hated that man or bear argument. It's so patently insane. And also an insane woman delusion that could only exist, by the way, in a modern society. I don't think if you had asked women, a non-homogenous society, I don't know if you had asked women that question. Well, there's a bunch of reasons why they wouldn't answer that way. Even maybe 20 years ago, though, they wouldn't say that because it's absurd. It's such a patently absurd answer to say I'd rather be with the bear.
It might just be revealed that people believe that now, and they might have believed it 20 years ago. I don't know. Only brave enough to ask now. But you know how AI's got way better at hands over the years? Well, apparently it hasn't got better at bare hands. Look how many fingers it has.
He's about to attack her with his bare hands, yeah.
Well, not what I meant, but good catch. So I have to say this, and I'm not particularly a male supremacist, chat. I mean, that term is almost vacant from the lips of anyone serious these days anyway, but if you had to choose...
Well, it's just
like, you've got three
reality.
three children who aren't yours, and you have to choose, give them to a random woman from your society or a random man from your society. Man.
The guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, the guy might not know what the fuck to do. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He might be, but he'll figure it out.
It's the intent. He'll but on average, men will be more responsible without question because testosterone. Women, it's very much more dependent on the people around them and their emotions and their sort of empathy. With men, men are the only ones who will, far more commonly do things because they're the right thing to do on principle. Women aren't as good at that.
Women are engaged in a whole bunch of social and biological calculus at all times of like which is all about ensuring that they are taken care of and protected, which, by the way, it's a good thing that they're designed that way so that the species survives. That's the exact mindset where women and children first comes from. It's like, these are the ones to be protected. And women benefit from that massively. So, but you're asking them to, for example, take in a child. This is a massive cost on her resources. This is affecting her ability to survive. So she will pick herself. With men, because they're self-sufficient in a different way and are designed evolutionarily to be more self-sufficient, it's a different calculus there.
Well, it's the question again of like a full family unit, mother and father is the best, obviously. And then below
except
that,
in like extreme abuse cases,
Then below that, on average, Hayden, below that you've got single father and then single mother, and then below that all the homosexual combinations.
Right. Well, that's right out anyway. But I mean,
so the single father obviously can't make the family without the woman. But if they're going to split, I'd rather see the children go with the father on average, I think.
Yeah, the argument there is that, like, well, mother's love and stuff, but that is always tempered by father's discipline, essentially, if you want to put...
Using compassion as an argument for practical safety and sufficiency is non-starter.
And the idea is that, well, in modernity, they don't have to worry about safety as much. You do. You absolutely do. It's also in learning and teaching things. Women are very good at because children are learning about socialization. Women understand a lot of socialization stuff. They can translate that very well. But practical skills and things that, particularly if you're raising a male child, then has to go, compete in the world, but also female one as well. It does seem that the outcomes are far worse to be with a single mother than with a single father. If you're a girl raised by a single father, you might be a little bit awkward, but you're a girl. You already have all kinds of social advantages. So.
Yeah. All right. Next thing. How would collections work in communism? Who determines what's private and what's personal property? I have a Funko Pop collection, he says, that I really like, and I'm really worried I'll lose it in communism because it might be seen as rent-seeking. I'll pinky promise I won't eventually sell it for profit. They're solely for my admiration. Aiden, it might be fake. But there's communists like this.
It's like the goat video, though, where I have seen things like this before.
Yeah.
But
if it's fake, it resembles reality. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, the reason I think it's fake is because it's Funko Pops in particular.
Yeah.
If it were something else, I could absolutely see this question being asked, which is, am I allowed to keep, I don't know, my Magic the Gathering card collection? Let's say something like that. In the same realm, but a little bit less mimetic. It's like, well, they're not really of any value, just bits of paper, right? So once we remove capitalism and replace it with communism, there'll be no value to the cards beyond that they're bits of paper. So of course I should be able to keep this. They'll make this argument about so personal and private property, right? I assume, aware of their arguments about the delineation there.
Yeah.
It's like a toothbrush is personal property.
No, I'm aware of the fact that they want there to be a delineation, but they've never, in my opinion, successfully made good definitions that do delineate it.
Right. I'm saying from their framework, right, is that personal property is something that doesn't have a bunch of, value to the community. Your toothbrush that's their favorite example, that your toothbrush is not gonna be something that would everyone could benefit from, that you're hoarding. That is your personal property. So you, of course, would be allowed to keep things like your toothbrush under communism. And I guess the same would be true, actually, of Funko Pops and Magic the Gathering cards or any kind of collectible, actually, to answer from their framework, because it doesn't have any utility or value outside of capitalism besides sentimentality. There you go. There's the socialist answer. I actually believe that. I actually think that's the correct socialist answer to that question.
It's not necessarily the difficulty of finding an answer. It's just sort of the hilarity that they'd have to ask. Because even if this person's fake, they would have to ask. They would have to figure out whether it counts or not. But
it helps to know how they think though, and like their theory and how they think shit works, so that then you can call them retarded more effectively.
But the thing is, like with personal property, the idea that, like, okay, toothbrush is a good example because once you've used it, no one else wants to use it because you've put it in your mouth, right? But unless they're of a particular kind of collector, they're not putting the Funko Pops in their mouth. Once they've opened the packaging, but once they've opened the packaging, it doesn't lose its value. Once they've, quote, used it, put it on display, which is its use, it doesn't lose its value. Outside the packaging, maybe it loses some value, but it's not gone. It's not zero, like a toothbrush would be. So without currency, you can't sell it per se, but you can trade it. You can barter. Now, much like in the Soviet Union, where, as far as I've heard, the black market, the criminal black market, became an emancipating force for the people. It was the only thing keeping things, somewhat.
Yes, everybody traded. Everybody traded stuff constantly. Yeah.
So
I think where you'd run into this too is that so many people who advocate for this are artists, and you would ask, well, if you've created, so I guess they say that I created this, but someone else might find value in it, in which case you are hoarding something of value from the community. Because, in a sense, Funko Pops are some sort of art in that, and I hate to say that, but they wouldn't fall into any other category, would they? They don't serve any practical purpose beyond being admired, as the guy says.
Once you have to start strictly categorizing things and saying what you're allowed to own and what you're not allowed to own, in everything, sure, capitalism and modern society do that somewhat, but in everything, just for the basics to get off the ground, you've already lost.
Well, yeah.
But then that's just one of 16 ways that communism loses before it starts. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, but I could believe it's real, but it might not be. The image in the background obviously is, I think it's early AI art, given the hands, but it might not be. She did say that, Ghost, yes.
I mean, I knew as soon as I said it that it was going to sound awful out of context. But what else would you categorize them as?
Uh-oh.
Hellish abomination.
It's true.
You know, Aiden, someone that we both know was a small-time Funko Pop collector. I guess I should have seen the writing on the wall.
No. I to be fair, I owned a Funko.
Oh no. No, don't.
Actually,
don't,
no, that's not
don't
true.
Do it. Don't do it.
I owned one right when they were coming out, and you can probably guess what character it was.
Well, there's it. Spock.
It was Daredevil.
Okay, I know you're not him, but like Spock was the more obvious mimetic Aiden answer. Come on.
Now, I got given ones. Okay, so that's why
Okay.
I hesitated. I bought one. The only one I ever bought was Daredevil. Now, I was given others. One of them was Spock, and one of them was Hawkeye.
God, I'm so. Even when I'm wrong, I'm just an inch off being right.
Well, I accept it. I'm not gonna. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be like, it's like Merry Christmas, Happy Birthday. Fuck you. Take the shit back. No, of course I accepted them. You know.
If you were gifted it, I wouldn't object. But you did buy one. Yes, Revelon, I saw your early message about the hands being the most basic form of the means of production. Yeah, that's a fair argument.
To be fair, it was a limited edition Daredevil one.
Mm-hmm. You were a limited edition, not Daredevil one. Not limited
like
in
I
that
said, they were
you're
new
like rare and valuable,
at the
but
time.
limited in that you're just quite limited.
This was like 2012 that I bought one. Like right when they were becoming a thing. It was before they were insufferable and everywhere.
I like the pattern on her hat. Look at that.
Yeah, wait, like you mean the typical cosmic thing or the top part?
Well, it's just done something. I just like it. Looks like a liquid. Looks cool, but with the like simple vector. I don't know. I like the simple vector, not like CalArts or corporate vector. That stuff's obviously crap. But there's something which is it has detail, but the shapes are simple. That's what I like. Yeah, yeah. There is a Cabal Funko generator. Was that newly generated? She's made some of those before. She's rendered herself as a Funko at least once before. That's not the first time someone's asked her to do that. Here, I'll show it on screen.
God, they're so hideous, though, weren't they?
They are hideous. Yeah.
The only reason they did gain popularity was because they were so easy to make in any kind of and customize that it was like, hey, this obscure thing you like. And again, when it started, I thought, oh shit, Daredevil, that's an obscure thing I like. Now they've made stuff about the most random ass shit with these Funkos. But it was, and so many variations of them. But at the time it was just, oh look, I can actually get a Daredevil figure at Hot Topic or wherever it was at, for cheap. What?
Well, I've heard the argument, and I think it's correct, that they don't keep their, like, anime figures look exactly like the character. And they're all distinct. If the art style of the anime is different between two shows, the models will usually be different from each other. They'll keep their art style. Right. Funkos, they all have a uniform pattern. You're not actually buying into the character or the franchise. You're just collecting Funko Pops.
Well, because again, the base is identical, right? So the whole thing
Pretty
is to
close,
be able to just kind of, one of the ones I keep coming across this on Temu, but is like No Game No Life, which I really enjoy. I keep coming across Figmas or figures of it on
Here's
Temu.
Aiden with the Jeremy really Hambley Funko Pop for some reason.
It doesn't fit. Some of those, they really betray the art style, but if you know about No Game No Life, it's not in a good way, so I won't buy them.
No Game, No Life. What was that? Was that anime?
One of my favorite anime.
Oh, I think we've talked about this before, but I was shown that.
I think you didn't like it at all.
10 years ago, I didn't like it at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of character in it.
I was told it's similar to Sword Art Online, which at the time I liked a lot. No, it wasn't. No. It was similar in that it's, I think, an isekai and it involves, quote, games, but that's it.
It is an isekai that involves games. Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Other than that, it was totally different, but I didn't like it much.
I like it from a pure Huizingian sense.
I don't know what that means. If that's a GIF from the show Mofaku, then the
Homo
art style
Ludens,
would
man,
put
the
me
player.
off.
Yeah.
You're a Homo Ludens.
And like I said, well, so are you.
You play a
We're
gay
all Homo
on the
Ludens.
internet, hence Homo Ludens. Oh, do they do incest in that anime, Zen Man? Is that why you like it, Aiden?
Yeah.
Timing. The timing.
I like the games. I like how complicated the games are. I like how they solve the games, and I like it from a Wizardian perspective.
Yeah, but fuck, I think you should get back and clip that. Don't forget, Aiden, whatever timing you heard, it will have been worse for you on my end, and that's where the recording is.
Great. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Correct me if I'm wrong, do you even have siblings?
No.
No, so that doesn't even apply. Child. Wait. People who don't have siblings tend to like incest more. I've noticed this. Apparently, I've noticed it said by people who've studied it anyway. So that might be a thing because
people who've studied
something you
how
don't
they studied
have.
This?
People tend to be interested in things they don't have.
I can't even comprehend it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like I don't have any frame of reference, so maybe that's why. But I don't see then also the appeal. So I don't know if I believe that, because for something to be like sexually arousing in a taboo way, you must be able to relate to the taboo in some sense.
Possibly.
I have a ton of cousins.
How many of them have you? You know what? Never mind.
Oh my god, none. By the way, I'm very close with a bunch of my cousins, but no, fuck.
Clashes between trans people and Muslims in Britain. This is Lenin's final battle, isn't it?
Isn't this? Radio Genua just posted this? This is from this past winter, wasn't it?
I don't know. It does look like winter. Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know. I was just going to have a look at it.
Yes, this is from the winter. We covered this. It's a tranny. Or a couple of trannies that got beat up by Muslims. Yeah, that was in like February this year, I think.
Mm-hmm. I wish both sides a very happy genocide.
I believe it was in Manchester. It was either Manchester or Birmingham.
Manchester, your favourite city in the country.
I do like Manchester. What's wrong with Manchester?
I've actually not been there in many, many years. But Birmingham I have been to in the last 10.
Birmingham's a shithole.
Birmingham's a shithole, yeah.
Holy fuck.
All right, next thing. Yeah, this is not great. Not great, is it? Strategic Petroleum Reserve falls to lowest levels since 1982. Now, we pretty much know why. This is because of the Iran war, which there are many things you could say critical of that war, and there are arguments, I think, on both sides, but let's not get into that right now. But I'm not really strongly either on either side of that one. But what I wanted to point out here is, yes, this is very bad, and it's under Trump's tenure, but he invades a country which is a major part of the chain of getting oil for the US. Invades it. They try and blockade it so the US can't get oil from that entire region anymore. And it only does half the damage that Biden did for no reason in his term.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd point that out.
Yeah.
It might descend lower, of course, but so far the drop under Biden was
just you're
twice
already.
or more.
It's like you're already in such a shitty position. Yeah. Let's make it worse.
Yeah, it does seem questionable. All right, that's all I want to say about that one. It looks like Bush filled it up and Obama maintained it, so good for them. Next thing. Oh yeah, I was going to look into whether this is real or like whether her position was actually more reasonable than it sounds. So man reportedly calls off wedding 2 weeks before the big day after fiancé says she supports Lindy Clancy and made him question their future kids. So there's now
I did see this actually. Yeah.
There's now, because I want to determine like if there's any way to support her position here, but I'm not sure there is. I'm leaning towards no. So the quote here is, she says, "So you're really breaking up with me over some fucking opinion?" He says, "I'm not breaking up with you over an opinion. I'm breaking up with you because that opinion showed me a fundamental difference in our values." It's well worded. "I can have compassion for someone struggling mentally without excusing what happened to those children. If I'm choosing someone to potentially be the mother of my kids, I need to trust their judgment completely, especially when it comes to protecting them. What you said created a doubt in me that I can't ignore or gamble my future children on." Very reasonable position, very nicely worded. Like the little bit sort of, I don't disagree with him at all, but it's a very principled stance. Arguably a bit too principled in the modern day. Chances of her killing your kids are not that high, but not zero.
I
So
don't know.
I can support him to a degree, to a large degree.
Again, presuming this is true, which I don't. I mean, I know that World Star Hip Hop is the most trustworthy name in news, but so I don't buy that it's true in the first place, just because I don't trust this kind of shit, or I'm always skeptical of it at least. However, you're talking about getting married to this woman, presumably having children with her, and finding out, and maybe like typically I would imagine this hasn't come after like, you know, no indications before that there might be some issues.
That's what I was going to go to, yeah.
At the same time, though, it's the fucking ick, right? It's that, you know, God, I just used the term earlier, expectancy violation theory. It's a negative expectancy violation.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, it is that, but it's also, the thing I was going to say is that, one, I doubt this is in isolation, and two, this quote might be fake. And I don't have much information to go on. As you said, this case is somewhat nuanced, but the way they're both talking in this message exchange leads me to think, okay, maybe she wasn't a great choice. Maybe he's a bit more thoughtful, and she's less so than you'd expect. Because she's angry with the situation, and he's had time to think about it, so that's a major factor as well. But he's worded this very well, and she's swearing in text messages. So, yeah. I don't know, there might be maybe he already had a sense that she had a temperament that would lead to bad things happening, and then she went and supported someone in his mind, supported someone who would kill her children. It's like, oh, no, that's just too much. That's just over the line. And I think it would have been a culmination, as you said as well. But I think judging from the messages, I expect it was. But then if she just said, you're on
the precipice of a big decision. Yeah. This is your time out, too, to think, like, if you had some doubts and then went, what the fuck? Okay, it might have been the breaking point, right?
Yeah. But if all she said was, I don't think she's a bad person, I just think it was a really shitty situation, and that she was on the wrong medication and had a psychotic episode. And he said, you support a child killer. That's, I think, an unreasonable lurch. But again, all we have to go on here is what their messages say.
Yeah.
And she doesn't seem like she's that reasonable a person just from that.
Yeah, Vril brings up that weddings are expensive, and if you're 2 weeks away, you've lost so much money already that you are not going to get back.
Yeah.
You know, it would have to look. I this is not the, you know, this is anecdotal, this particular case, and all of it's anecdotal. But apparently, men and women are breaking up with each other over this case. I don't know how common that is. Men are dumping women too for it, being like, "Whoa, holy shit!" Not just from this one, but. Women have certainly, I've seen a bunch of videos of them saying, I will never date. If I go on a date with a man ever again, first thing I'm going to ask him is, what's your opinion on Lindsay Clancy? They won't. That's going to last for 2 weeks, just to be clear.
Especially if they want any success in those relationships. Because I don't think any men are going to be like, wow, she's so strong, she's so based. Even the simps, I doubt many of them are going to bring themselves to say that.
There's some guys out there, I'm sure, who would.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. No, yikes.
Chad, just imagine a man that is that much of a simp. Barely bears thinking about, doesn't it? All right. What a name. Laken Snelling. Laken Snelling, she's pled guilty to, quote, ending her newborn's life. And I was gonna, it's obviously gonna be a horrible story, but I was gonna look at this just to see, like, is this the actual villain? Where Lindsay Clancy, there's some debate. Is this the actual villain? There's plenty of them, of course. We don't need more examples.
I've not heard about this, so I don't know.
Yeah, let's have a look. Former University of Kentucky student Laken Snelling, which, again, what a name, pleaded guilty Friday to charges connected to her baby's death, telling a judge, instead of helping him, I ended his life. Snelling pleaded guilty to manslaughter, abuse of a corpse, that's concerning, tampering with evidence and concealing the birth of an infant. The plea came, I didn't know that was illegal, actually, concealing the birth of an infant, but maybe it should be. The plea came during
it's for human trafficking reasons and things like that, child protection.
The plea came during what was scheduled to be a status hearing. Stelling initially pleaded not guilty to all charges after she was indicted in March. Baby found in closet. The charges stem from an August 2025 discovery by Lexington police. Officers were called to a home on Park Avenue for an unresponsive infant. Inside a closet, police say they found a baby boy wrapped in a towel inside a trash bag. He was pronounced dead at the scene, and Snelling was arrested 4 days later. Snelling was 21. Any phrenology indications here, chat? My
Squarehead, Scandinavian.
Fair enough.
Yes, but a dysgenic kind.
A dysgenic kind, yeah.
My unrefined senses are not seeing much. The eyes look kind of weird though. Weird shape. Too round.
You have the mouth to eye ratio, the width of the mouth.
Yeah. She's got dysgenic features. I'll send it to Bill. He'll know.
The overweight.
Yeah.
Face.
Yeah, that too.
So lots of indicators for fucking psychopathy. Generally,
It would have to. I'd say it would have to be psychopathy, but women do this to their kids. Is it common enough that it can't just be psychopathy? Must be something else as well. I don't know. Or are all women a little bit psychopathic?
No, I mean, postpartum depression is a fucking bitch, by the way.
90% of this shit.
And I think that's what it is, where a lot of women are feeling like, not, like I said, I think there's a multitude of reasons why women are going along with this for not, all kinds of rationales. I do think that women who've been through postpartum, because I've seen them talk about it in relationship to this case, have been kind of saying like, yeah, I know how insane it is, and I know how unstable I was emotionally. And understanding the hormonal context in which postpartum occurs, yeah, I get why some women go fucking insane, but I think it's also an excuse there. So the hormones are crazy. That part's true. That part is true. Like, that's just a part of it. But throughout human history, this has always been frowned on for a reason. And the only reason that I think maybe it's happening as much as it is because it's like, oh, well, yeah, let's be empathetic towards her. I think that's the more the social contagion aspect. Don't know, though. Also, Bill says Ukrainian, Jewish, or Volga German, which I can also see.
Fair enough.
Maybe.
Court records obtained by WKYT said Snelling's roommates discussed hearing unusual noises on the morning of August 27, 2025 in a Snapchat group that Snelling was part of. According to a search warrant filed for Snelling's Snapchat account, around 4 a.m. that day, one roommate sent a message saying she heard a loud noise that sounded like something had fallen. A second roommate said she heard it too, and that whatever caused it had been forceful enough to knock a picture off the wall. One roommate said the noises lasted about an hour. Just before 9 a.m. the same morning, Stanley sent a message to the group chat saying the noise was her passing out. She added that she had not been feeling well and had not eaten, and she said that she was going to get checked out by a doctor. The court document said the roommates told the police they were curious about Stanley's story and later went into her room to investigate, which is when they found the baby and called police. The officer who requested the warrant wrote that all the roommates told police they had suspicions that Stanley might be pregnant, but had never confirmed that. She must have been pretty fat for them to only be suspicions.
I mean, she looks pretty fat, to be fair.
She doesn't look fat enough that she could hide a pregnancy, to be honest.
I mean, women carry differently, too. So,
Look at those
it
traps,
could...
dude.
It could be that really people just thought she was fat. I always have questions about that, too, whenever I read something like that. It's like, was a woman
Fat
just
and
walking around?
pregnancy don't look the same unless you're vast. But I don't know. Maybe there are exceptions.
That's what's always confused me about those. Do you remember that show where it was like, I didn't know I was pregnant? It was an American thing. I don't know if it got fucking translated over. But it was this was a television show, a whole TV show, just about, I did not know I was pregnant. And it's always the same. Every episode is the fucking same. I think it was short-lived, where it was always Mexican women, by the way. Yeah, so then I went into the bathroom to take a shit, but it wasn't a shit. It was a fucking baby. I'm stealing that from some comedian. I can't remember whom. But
There's
that was a whole thing.
What is it? First,
It's incomprehensible, man.
There was a Monty Python sketch with it's so parochial compared to today, where it's like a northern working class woman, and she's just obviously it's played by a man. Just busy doing the washing up.
It's in the
and
meaning
then
of life.
a baby just drops out. It's like, oh, another one. Deal with
Yes,
that, will
that's-
you? Or whatever.
That's the prelude to Every Sperm is Sacred from Meaning of Life.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. I think that's it, yeah.
Yep.
We should watch that. But yeah.
My favorite part is the fish part.
The fish part. Remind me.
There's a bunch of fish parts, actually.
Right. I think I'm vaguely remembering it, but the reason I only vaguely remember it is because it wasn't funny.
It's not very funny. There's one, I will actually post the one that I think is funny, which is a fishy.
Every Sperm is Sacred song is really good, as I recall.
The song is good. The song is good.
Yeah.
Meaning of Life has a couple of little bits of gold in between, mostly being a bit boring. It doesn't help that it starts out with that prolonged sequence of the
insurance company,
building. The insurance company.
I liked that.
Yeah. But it's totally unrelated. I mean, it is cool. I didn't like it as a kid.
It doesn't matter if it's unrelated. It's
it goes
funny.
On.
It does
goes
go
on for so long.
Yeah.
Where it's like, is this the movie? Is the movie act? Because it's the first thing too. I think, or right near the beginning.
If they like fleshed that out a bit, that could have been a movie on its own.
About the insurance salesman taking over
They
their
actually
business
cared
and
about the
sailing
individual
building
characters
and
rather than just being
sailing
like
the high seas.
Yeah, the high seas of insurance or whatever.
Of course, of corporate insurance.
It was funny. Maybe it did go on too long, but what was the funniest joke in the world became the greatest weapon of war? There's another one that's from The Meaning of Life, isn't it?
That's from the movie version is now for something completely different, but it was originally in Flying Circus.
Okay. I may be getting
It's
Meaning of Life and
both.
something completely different confused because they're both just like sketch show movies, aren't they?
They're sketch compilations, both of them are, for the most part.
So I haven't watched them enough to be able to distinguish between the both of them, but I know one of them I think I like more than the other.
I have.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
That was my childhood, man.
Okay, so at the time of the birth, Snelling was a senior at the University of Kentucky and also a member of the school's stunt team, which focuses on stunts, pyramids, baskets, and tumbling.
Well, she was at the bottom of that pyramid, I'm telling you. There's no way she could be on the top.
Yes, but I imagine that she wasn't a passive participant in this. She was doing this stuff, and no one was like, well, she looks pregnant. Like, you couldn't be fat enough to hide it while doing any of this stuff. Even just occasional participation, surely. Unless you are the entire bottom of the pyramid, in which case, you've got people, like 5 people standing on you while you're pregnant. It's fucking crazy. The stunt team is separate from the school's cheerleading squad. I don't know why they mentioned that. Snelling was indicted on a manslaughter charge and briefly held at the Fayette County Detention Center before bonding out. She's been on the house arrest in Tennessee. Manslaughter? How'd the baby get there? In a fucking bag. Oh, I accidentally gave birth to it and left it there in a cupboard. No. Bitch.
What they'll say is, again, they'll use the same kind of defense, I'm guessing, PPD, and therefore it's manslaughter because she wasn't in control of her faculties in the same way you might do, for someone who's criminally insane, looking for the same kind of... I can't believe the state charged her with that, though. And didn't charge her with murder.
When asked by the judge what she did, Snelling said, I was under a lot of emotional stress and my baby came unexpectedly. I'm sorry, I've never been a woman, but how can you not notice a pregnancy?
That's what I was saying about that show. I didn't know how. Like, in the comedy stand-up bit that I'm half remembering, I don't know who to attribute it to. It was, okay, let's say you're really fat and you didn't notice because you're already really fat and you just think you're getting a bit fatter. You didn't notice the kicking. You didn't notice anything. You didn't notice the fucking kicking. What the fuck? Like, I'm sorry.
They must have thought it was just their last meal kicking.
Gas? Yeah, I guess. Or
Or that,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, that's insane.
No
There's
one says
no way you
they
don't
always
know.
notice 100%.
There's no way you don't know.
I think
How do you
them
not know
lying
your period for
is
9
more
months?
likely. That's true. Them lying is more likely than them not noticing, I think.
Yes.
In almost every case, yeah. So the judge asked Snelling what she did with evidence that could have been collected. Not sure what that means exactly. Snelling responded, I put the towels in a plastic bag. When the judge asked about the concealing the birth charge, Snelling said, I didn't tell anyone. The judge accepted Snelling's guilty plea. Well, I bloody would have. Guilty of more than manslaughter, though. The only thing you can say there is, like, only guilty of manslaughter and not murder by means of insanity due to postpartum depression, which is still a tough case to push, I'd say.
I mean, it's just ridiculous they charged her with manslaughter instead of murder. It's clearly murder.
Sentencing recommendation. The Commonwealth recommended that Snelling face 10 years for manslaughter, 1 year each for abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence, and 1 year for concealing the birth of an infant. 13 years for that is... Yeah. It's not terrible, but it should be a murder charge. It
said she was 19.
20, I think.
Or 20.
Yeah.
Well, she'll be 33 by the time she gets out. So she's still able to have more children.
Exactly. Keep her in long enough that she can't have any more children, at least, even if you're not going to go with a murder charge. While the Commonwealth laid out a recommended sentence for each charge, the decisions on how long Snelling will spend behind the bars ultimately lies with the judge. If the judge decides to increase Snelling's sentence beyond the Commonwealth's recommendation, Snelling has the option to withdraw her guilty plea. Lots of maneuvering still. Okay. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. The rest of it's sort of just legal stuff. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. We don't have as much details on this one as we have in the other story. Maybe there were other factors, but I can't really think what else there could have been to change the story here.
I do wonder how nobody notices. There's no way she didn't. There's just no way.
No.
Like, being a woman, I at least speak to that. There's no way you wouldn't know from any physiological sign that this is happening. So that's insane. And which makes it an incredibly premeditated murder. Not just murder, but a very much premeditated one. Because you had, and in the United States, not only did you have a shit ton of time to get ready for this, but there were basically options to you at this point up until birth. In 2025, even, and not in Kentucky. She would have had to probably go to, but from Kentucky, you could go to, what would be closest? I mean, fuck, you go to Maryland. It's not too far away. There's other states you could go to in the vicinity. By the way, the rates on that have not actually gone up that much. I looked at the recent statistics on it. They have gone up, but of crossing states for abortions. Oh, wait, actually, I might have that still up. Let me get that. It's in, yes, I have it here. Right? Yes. This is a research on the out-of-state abortions after Dobbs, right? You can notice that a particular group is crossing state lines to do this. More so than others. I mean, they're all doing it, but there's a certain group, I guess I should say, certain group that's not doing it as much. If you're interested in the statistics. But it is, so the traveling percentage of all of them went up significantly, but just the number of Asian abortions is already so low. And that includes Indians, by the way, I think even the United States. So There's barely went up. Whites a little over doubled. Hispanics went up by like 10 more than that, from 400 to 1900. But blacks went from 3,000 to 10,000.
I'm surprised that blacks have the resources to cross state lines to do that.
Because they're so poor, right? We were told that.
Pug, it's taking ages for the images to load, but I'll have a look. Pug linked me an article about this case, but from months ago, which I think has images, but they don't seem to be loading for me.
But basically, you have like a little over a doubling for whites. For Hispanic, or I'm sorry, for Hispanics, it was up by 5-fold, right? I had my calculator, I just had that up. And for blacks, it was up 3-fold.
So, Zeman, do we reckon that sudden infant death syndrome is just all the times that women killed their children without it being determined or detected?
Probably not every case. I'm sure there really are just instances where something goes wrong and the source can't be identified, I guess. But I think probably the vast majority of them are women. I mean, their children.
How often when an infant dies unexpectedly is there a full autopsy?
Well, it's considered insensitive.
Well, then there you go. It could
Obviously
be something subtle, or some like very fast-acting cancer that they just didn't detect, or something else like that.
Something can be wrong. There can be something like when the body has to fully operate on its own, right? because before birth, obviously the baby systems are all relying upon the mother systems. So it can be the case, and normally they're able to find it, but oftentimes because you don't want to do an autopsy, right, on an infant, it's just chalked up to SIDS. But that's why historically it would have happened even if women weren't actively killing their children. It's because something's just it's not right, you know. It's something that's beneath the surface that's not immediately evident.
All right, let's go to the next thing. Oh, yes. So there's a guy in Indiana called Gary, and he hasn't had any power for 11 days. Gary is 76% black. He must have done one of those genetic tests. Yet another example, they say, of environmental racism. This guy that's mostly black, called Gary, is without power for 11 days. Gary's a town, by the way. I'm fucking with you. But read it out of context. The power outage was caused by severe storms on August 11, 2026, affecting northwest Indiana and northeast Illinois. Restoration in Gary was further delayed after utility crews were shot at on August 14th, temporarily pausing work.
Are you aware of the circumstances in Gary, Indiana?
Only what's on this page and the other source I have about who comprises the authority figures in Gary, Indiana, if that's what you mean.
Gary, Indiana has been way abandoned. It was a boom town at one point, and it is now full of slums. So it's a town that has declined very rapidly in the United States. So my understanding of Gary, Indiana is that it is now much akin to like parts of Baltimore. At least you would never think from such a wholesome sounding place like Gary, Indiana. But yeah.
Old Gareth. No, once yet again, we come to the idea of you look at the outcome without thinking about anything else, and if the outcome disadvantages a group, well then it must be because you're being unfair against that group. Actually, no. The group has an effect on the input and the process as well. The white man that you're so upset about was trying to fix the problem for this place, which is inhabited by 76% blacks, and let's go ahead and guess about 20% Hispanic. The remainder isn't all white, I'm guessing, but I don't know. But then they try to fix it, and then you fucking shot at them. Yeah, the stereotype just persists. Yeah, it's not because of racism. It's because they're black and they ruined the opportunity that was given to them. So here's some more details. Gary, Indiana not having power is an amazing story of diversity. Entire city council is black. Every electric company executive is black. Black residents can't stop shooting at vehicles working to restore power. And they all blame racism for going without power for so long.
Well, of course they do.
Yeah.
I posted just a video. I actually don't think I've seen that video, but there's a ton of them on YouTube if you're curious about, like, this video I just picked because of the title is very strong. The Rise and Fall of America's Most Abandoned City, Gary, Indiana. This town has been going through a very rough time.
Yeah.
And so who's left is, why did they leave? I actually don't know. I assume it's for business reasons. And by the way, and Indiana is a purple state, leaning red. But when industry dies, people leave, obviously because they need to find jobs. But people who live on the government, well, they don't have to leave. They can just stay there. And so that's what happens. White flight, and you're left with all black mayors, city officials, even business owners. And this is the result.
Indeed. Pug says xcancel.com, the I don't want to fucking log into X site has been served papers. Well, I don't know, but I expect that there's no legal basis to tell them that they can't just provide something that is public. But I don't know. There might be something.
It's so stupid. Just take a screenshot of your fucking tweet. By the way, I can just post it in Discord or somewhere else, and everyone can see the tweet. You don't have to log in to see it, do you? Or post it on my Substack. You have to log into Twitter to see someone's tweet that I've just posted.
Indeed.
But if you want to go to Twitter and see it, you have to log in.
It's going to be, it is the next era of piracy is just taking free public content and making it available to the public for free. And that's now piracy.
You wouldn't steal a tweet, would you?
You wouldn't steal a tweet. You wouldn't share content that's freely available, would you?
It's
Even
ridiculous.
just a link to it, let alone the content itself.
Right.
All right. The war between Canada and the US is heating up. Canada strikes back at US with retaliatory tariffs as trade war escalates. Look, here's the problem, okay? When the US was at war with Japan, Japan used kamikaze tactics, deliberately flying planes into ships and killing the pilot, but making the sacrifice worth it. It's a very conformist society, very collectivist society, that's what they do. But if the entire Japanese culture, if every single soldier and every single civilian was kamikaze, not just the soldiers, also the civilians, if it was just a kamikaze culture entirely through and through, then it would be a different kind of war. Very difficult to fight, very unpleasant for both sides, even more so than it was anyway. Now, take that idea, and now imagine a country, picture a country, if you will, so determined to destroy itself that if it goes to war with someone, there is no limit to what it's willing to do to hurt the other guy because it doesn't care about its own safety. That's the best advantage Canada has in this conflict. It completely does not care about its own prosperity.
Well, individual Canadians certainly do. That's what the trucker protests were evidence of.
Yeah.
So I'm making sure that you're not saying every Canadian is essentially a kamikaze pilot.
Not talking about the Canadians, just talking about the Canadian government, as is often the case with our societies.
Okay. Okay. Just
the
making sure, because
Canadian
the
people,
Canadian
the real
people
ones, no
don't
issue with
like
them.
this shit either. Yeah.
Indeed, yeah. I got no issue with the Canadian people, same with the American people, same with British people. But the Canadian people should, should opt for a different government.
Yeah. Bring back the monarchy. Too better. But I mean, like, yeah, there you
Wouldn't
go.
necessarily recommend that, but that would honestly be better than what they have now. So yeah, what have they done? Struck back on the US on Tuesday with retaliatory tariffs on about $20 billion worth of American goods, including steel, dairy products, appliances, and farm equipment, as the trade war between the once friendly neighbors escalates sharply. Farm equipment, isn't that what they're importing? The confrontation threatened one of the world's largest trading relationship. Well, it should be. If they're going to import something, at least make them farm equipment. But even then, that's a bad idea too. The confrontation threatened one of the world's trading relationships and further strained ties between the US and a country long considered one of its closest allies. A prolonged dispute could raise costs for American businesses and consumers less than 2.5 months before the midterm elections. Look, if the left are going to say...
I don't think they care.
Probably not. If the left are going
I
to
don't think
say...
the Republicans or the GOP, I don't think Trump cares. At this point, it's very clear. It's like, I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks.
Probably will hurt a little bit in the midterms, but probably not a huge amount.
The Iran damage is more than enough. But if you raise the price of consumer goods, the price of consumer goods is already through the fucking roof because of Iran. And so if you say, well, let's just start a trade war with Canada, by the way, who trades a lot of common everyday goods and food with the United States, and already it is food that is overwhelmingly the thing that Americans are complaining about, being the thing that they experience most readily, is that their price at the pump and their price at the grocery store is way up. If this affects American food costs, which it will, I presume, I mean, like on some level, it gets, because it's never a closed system. It gets transferred down the line because it affects U.S. trade relations with Canada. Yeah, the midterms will be a fucking slaughter. I think that the whole, at least to me, it looks like the modus operandi of the Trump administration at this point is, don't care. We're going to do what we want, and we don't care about winning seemingly ever again, or at least not anytime soon.
It does look a bit like that. The midterms probably won't go well for the Republicans, but I don't think it's because of Iran. I don't think this will be a major factor. I don't think it's because it's not even necessarily because of Epstein. It's not even that, to be honest. It's just a general. He doesn't appear to be doing enough for us, or doesn't appear to be doing what, like, continue. It's as you said, they don't seem to care anymore. It's like when someone is in their second term and they know they can't get another one, they have freedom to do what they want because they don't need to run for re-election again, especially after the midterms, but even before it as well. And what does it turn out Trump wants to do? Israel's bidding.
Yes.
Now, that's not completely true, but that is how it's perceived to a larger degree with the Epstein thing and to some extent with Iran as well. Now, there's loads of good stuff that's been happening during the Trump's term. We've got a list of them that I'm going to bring up later. Good things do like just keep happening, but they're not the big things that get the headlines. The Epstein thing was, and there's also been a bunch of things that weren't great that do look like he's just doing what Israel wants because that's what he wants to do, which is rather unfortunate. I don't know if that's really why it's happening. There's all kinds of things it could be, but it doesn't look great. So I think it just people who support Trump just don't feel as much like he's on their side as they once did, and that's why he'll do badly in the midterms.
Material conditions, regardless of where people stand on politics, because by the way, people are super hypocritical, conflicting. They'll like their guy just because he's their guy. But in terms of the enthusiasm, right? The big Trump bump that used to exist, right? Of the enthusiasm towards Donald Trump, that's been utterly destroyed. And part of that is because people have to live their everyday fucking lives. And they know that not only is everything costing more, but the issues that they were hoping would be ameliorated, such as not only the cost of living, but the cost of owning a home, the cost of being able to survive in other ways, have not been fixed either. There's been some deportations and stuff, and because there's always fewer migrants who just come over. But it's not been what people wanted. They wanted the millions must go. They wanted big displays of, just throwing these people out, having them dragged out of the streets by the ICE agents, and that's not happening either.
The deportation rate has been quite good. Remember we discussed this a while ago, and like
a lot of it's self-deportation.
It's good, which is fine, but one way or the other.
I agree.
It's been
fine.
good,
yeah.
but yes, people did want more. They wanted harsh action consistently and with complete disregard for whatever the left whines about. And there has been some of that, but not as much as people wanted. And yeah, you're right about the cost of living. Like, people will oscillate in who they vote for in like, well, this guy didn't fix it, we'll try the other guys. And there's advantages to that, but obviously it's kind of dumb.
I mean, remember, like, speaking of Biden with the oil reserves, when people would go around putting the Biden stickers, I'm sure you saw these on the petrol pumps.
I didn't see myself, but they did exist.
Online.
Yes.
Yeah, and that was the kind of thing where it's an obvious manifestation of people being upset with the cost of living. And now, because of the Iran war, anything that's made with petrol, so all other products go up pretty much because of the increased costs there. But then also because of the shortages in fertilizer that resulted from Iran, that means everything costs more in terms of your produce. The stuff that people need to survive is going to cost more. And they do take notice of it.
I think
it's that everyday stuff and then it just makes people feel like, I'm not happy. I remember being happier in the past and I'm not now.
That is probably a significant factor, but I think it may be larger. Just the feeling, as I said before, that he's not on our side. And to put it a bit differently, a lack of trust, a lack of confidence in the person themselves, I think is probably a bigger factor than the reality of the cost of living. Of course, one contributes to the other to some extent, but I think
as Mofako brings up, we really haven't even seen the full effects of the fertilizer shortage. That's going to be this fall, and that's going to be rough, I think.
So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Next story. So here's an example of the BBC really ballsing something up. Spanish woman to die by euthanasia after long legal battle with father. Obviously, that's a fucking horrible story.
This is from a couple months ago. I looked into this, by the way.
Okay. But yeah, that's the BBC's headline. Sky News headline, probably what actually happened. Gang rape victim, 25, dies by euthanasia after father's legal challenge fails. BBC didn't think to mention that in the title.
And the Sky News article from when I looked into this several months ago is more accurate.
I don't doubt it, yeah.
They she was crippled, she was like permanently crippled. They had done so much damage to her that she had mobility issues. She was severely physically injured by this. And like, she saw no other option. That's why they allowed her to kill herself, is because her quality of life was essentially, from her description, non-extant.
Very sad.
I actually think that is correct, Excited Toast. You're right. She had tried to kill. No, that's correct. She had tried to kill herself afterwards, and that's how she ended up permanently crippled, because she had tried to kill her. Yeah. So she had technically done the damage to her own body.
That does change the character of it a bit, yeah. Can, either way, I can understand the father wanting to stop it, but especially if she had tried to kill herself and that's why she was crippled. Like, this is clearly, it wasn't originally a material reason you wanted to kill yourself, it was emotional, which of course is fair. The emotional reason there would be very strong, but still, it wasn't because your quality of living was down, it was because of an emotional state. And now that emotional state is still there, and the material reason wasn't even caused by the thing that caused the emotional state. So either way, he'd want to stop it.
Is that true, Nomon, that her rapist had manipulated her into killing herself?
Wow.
In the first place.
The fucking government. This is a Canadian news story, yes?
No, it's about Spain.
Spain.
Spanish woman. That doesn't mean it didn't happen in Canada. I assume
No, it was in Spain.
About maids specifically. Oh fuck. Okay,
no, I'm pretty sure.
No, sorry, I retract that.
Because, like I said, I looked into this one.
Okay.
It just seemed very like a legal battle against you.
I think
seemed very. I mean, if it's like a maid-like program, then it still fucking applies.
I think
Those
Spain is.
Don't exist
sorry,
for any altruistic reason, just because the government wants to kill its own people.
Rather than me trying to remember this, I've looked up the Wikipedia article. So, Noelia Castillo Ramos was a Spanish woman who died after receiving euthanasia. Her request for euthanasia became a landmark case in Spain on the application of organic law regarding euthanasia.
Well, then I don't dispute my statement at all. Then it holds, because any such program is going to be because the government wants to kill people,
right,
not because for any altruistic reason.
Oh, this is coming back to me a bit of this, because it's been a while, but she was 13 when her parents lost their home. She lived with her father. Mental health suffered due to her parents' separation. Alleged that she had to accompany her father. Like, the Wikipedia article is going to be cucked on this, by the way. I'm sure it's not going to leave in any of this. But they front load that she had been diagnosed with OCD and BPD. Taken to social care. She was voluntarily left social care as an adult. She said in an interview that she had been sexually assaulted.
If you encounter a young woman who has cuts on her arm, it's like a 95% chance she's BPD.
Or something else fucked, yeah.
Well, as far as I understand, last time I researched this, it was very strongly correlated with BPD, specifically.
Yes. So several days after the second group assault, so she was assaulted by two groups of males on two separate occasions, according to her. She attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of a building, but was left with irreversible paraplegia and chronic physical pain, neurological damage,
and end up disfigured or disabled. Then they were probably actually trying to kill themselves. If women attempt suicide and don't, fair chance they weren't. What was that? There was that like poet or artist or something who famous example where she tried to kill herself like 6 different times, but always in ways where she would be stopped, and if it didn't work, she wouldn't have been that badly disfigured.
Sylvia Plath, maybe?
Sylvia Plath, it was that, yeah. Well done. I think that was like, and she had children as well she was caring for. She just kept trying to kill herself.
I actually don't know. She just wrote about depression all the time.
No one says, if the cuts are horizontal, my sympathy dries up quickly. Yeah, I mean, they don't do it for fun. They do it because they feel empty. They feel like they have no identity. And for some reason, that leads them to cut their wrists. But
author
still,
or artist? But she did eventually. She did actually kill herself. She did actually kill herself. Yeah, but she took sleeping pills. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was the one that put her head in the oven? That was not.
That's Sylvia Plath.
Oh, did she?
I think so.
Yeah, she put her head in the oven and turned it on.
Oh yeah. You're right. That was the initial suicide attempt, and then she
we went through her stuff in school. I don't know why she was.
I was about to say
fucking feminist.
I was about to say the same thing, is that they made us read her books in school, and all the girls in my class loved The Bell Jar, loved her book.
I've forgotten everything about her except for the suicide.
I don't remember anything about the book even. I'm surprised I was able to remember anything about that. I mean, even her name, I'm surprised I was.
And I don't put the bells in the jar no more. Not the jar. All right, next
But
thing.
it's the bell jar.
All right, chat. Let's examine. How is the life of an Indian immigrant in Australia? As an Indian, he says, who has lived in Australia for over 15 years, I feel fairly qualified to answer this. The biggest myth. Coming from India, the first thing you'll notice is that it's definitely not like the movies portray it. No, Australian women won't drool over you when you talk to them in Hindi. What movies?
Well,
My
Bollywood
question
movies.
is the entirety of Bollywood just bigging up Indians to think that every woman in the world wants them?
Well, if you're making... Look, hang on a minute.
Appeal to the biases of the people that watch the old movies, is that where you're going?
Yes, because what do we want movies to be in the West? We want them to be based. We want them to... But however, it's true in this case.
Wow,
it's true in this
white
case.
men. Well, that's so well loved and attractive around the world. Look, if you get a Giga Chad white man, every woman's going to want him. It's true!
Yes, that one's true. That's the
Yeah.
difference. The difference is that is true. The problem is that the Indians see that and they go like, well, we want to see ourselves represented in the same way. And
What
that
is it with
not
Asians
true.
and just
You're
wanting...
the least desirable race
Asians
on
just
Earth. I
wanting
think they
things,
even
wanting
rank lower
a
than
copy of
blacks.
something, and then just
Yeah.
wanting it to be true, wanting to assume it's true or the same. Just like copying to them is so central. But like with Chinese and Japs are actually the least bad for this, most innovative of the Asians. But with the Chinese, it's like, yeah, we're going to copy something that works and then just use it. It's like bug people. With the Indians, it's like we're gonna copy the idea the idea of greatness and just pretend it's ours. It's like fucking Wakanda, but
Yes, right.
a bit smellier.
Well, just, in our fiction, yeah. I mean, everybody wants their culture to be, well, except for weird leftoids and subversive elements. What's the term? The Care Bears? There you go. I like that. Okay, Care Bears. Sure. Yeah, besides them, right. Everyone wants their, and even they do want it, but they want their culture, even if they are a foreigner living in that culture, to be presented well to some extent. Clearly, they're trying to infiltrate like a certain group. Anyway,
problem is,
you want to be portrayed well because they're hero stories, they're hero myths.
It's tough to portray some cultures as positive, isn't it?
It sure is, but I can understand why that's what Indian cinema is like.
Mm.
They probably just hire some fucking OnlyFans women to go out there, whatever, act in their movie, like, bottom rung, but still desperate ones. Go there and act in their films and swoon over them.
Talented actors.
Well, they might be talented in some ways. Other kinds of films,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many white women are voluntarily having sex with Indians.
No, I don't mean like that. I mean, what I said was
God,
like
your mind's really in the
failed,
gutter today, isn't it?
like failed OF kind of women. I can totally see them being like, yeah, sure, I'll go star in a normal Indian movie so that I can make some rupees.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they'll go to Dubai and get pissed on, but they get paid a lot for that. With Bollywood, I doubt they get paid that much.
There's still attention. If you don't have to actually star in porn, you get a bunch of attention.
But do white women care too much about attention from Indian men?
I can see that there would be some women who would be like, but look how much attention I'll get.
The quality may be low, but quantity?
It's like, yes, high quantity, low quality, but high quantity might have some appeal.
Maybe, yeah. All right, let's see what we've got next. Yeah, well done, Germany. German government originally intended the sugar tax to offset spending in the healthcare system. However, according to the report, the finance ministry's new plans now go even further. They're also taxing non-sugary drinks.
So they're just putting a tax on drinks.
So it's just a new tax.
Yeah, it's just a new tax.
Yeah, you want liquid? Well, you pay it. Pay up.
I guess you've got water. You can get water from your tap.
Yeah. And unlike in some countries in the world, if you run water in most of Europe, it's drinkable. So they got that going for them.
I would assume the Germans at least have drinkable tap water.
Yeah. Yeah, I think almost all the Western.
At least for now.
Probably all.
No, I mean, at least for now they do. As if things keep going in the direction they're going, I'm not sure how long that lasts.
Yeah.
Things need to be maintained. A word that Africans, or a term that Africans have no word for.
Yeah. Tennessee has no income taxes, Phil. Interesting, I didn't know that.
A couple states that don't, I think.
Isn't there a federal income tax?
So you have state income tax and federal income tax. Yes.
Right. So that helps, but it doesn't obviously remove it. So yeah, good job, Germany. Germany is the experiment in how far can you push every responsibility onto institutions before the whole fucking thing falls apart and you have to start a war. And the experiment just never ends. And France is just an experiment in how detestable can you be before Germany, starting their war, invades and rapes you. And Britain's an experiment in... I've got to fucking sort out Europe again. Right, Aiden?
Huh? Sorry, I got distracted for a moment.
Were you distracted by data?
Look, no, I'm sending a DM to a colleague, a genuine colleague, about some work for a second. I just saw it. And I was like, oh no. Okay.
No worries.
I also am going to have to be right back in a minute anyway, so consider me checked out for until I am back.
Well, the following is some good news. So it is fairly close to the midterms. So it's to be expected that the Republicans, the incumbent, whatever, would throw out some good things. Red meat. We actually had a story yesterday, I may try to get to today as well, about red meat, midterms related. So it's to be expected, and don't just fall for it, but still, good things are good things. We've got these 5 stories. Trump confirms ICE proceedings against Ilhan Omar over alleged fraud. Good. Hope that goes well. That does sound like something that he could have done at any time it was saving for the midterms, which is not great. She could have been out the country a year ago, but you waited until now for yourself. Whatever. At least you're doing it. Supreme Court allows Trump's mail-in ballot restrictions to take effect. We have this one in more detail. We'll get into a little later. So any restrictions on mail-in ballots is good. I would say that all the way to the point of absentee ballots for people that are genuinely unable to get to the polling place, fine. Limited and checked, but fine. No general access mail-in ballots at all, ever. Always physically in person. The only exceptions are those that physically cannot do it. And even then, there should be measures to prevent it. Hypocrisy only smug toe. Well, you got expats, like military expats as well, so that does matter. So the Trump admin to revoke the visas of up to 200,000 asylum seekers. Good. Questionable why they were allowed to become asylum seekers in the first place, because as I understand it, asylum is something which is meant for rare, often individual cases, not mass cases where you don't even know who they are. It's just an excuse to get in. It's just a magic fucking word. Just change the interpretation of asylum. So it's no longer on request, we house you and then check your asylum request. No. If that's going to happen, it has to be outside the country. And it can only happen if there is a valid sort of political reason why it might happen. And if there was no safe country they could have stopped in between the country they're under threat from and here, wherever they are. If those qualifications are met, then they can be put up in a hotel because they probably are an important person You've got some delegate, some politically controversial person fleeing from a nearby dictatorship. That's a valid case for asylum. But 200,000 people who just want to stay in a 5-star hotel as long as they can and rape some girls in the surrounding area and maybe get their appeal approved in a few years, but either way, they've got a few years of living in a nicer society than their shithole one that they made a shithole with people like them? Absolutely not. I don't care what international law says. The answer is no. So the US is far less in need of listening to international law because they are larger and they can just say no anyway and no one will stop them. So why were they even allowed to seek asylum in the first place? If you've ever got a situation where you've got 200,000 asylum seekers, I cannot think of a reason why that would be valid. 20 asylum seekers at once being processed nationwide is probably more reasonable. 200,000 is just beyond the point of asylum as far as I understand it. Now tell me, chat, am I wrong about this? Is there some valid reason that you'd need mass asylum? Because I don't see it. And next one. Ninth Circuit Court says district courts can't block ICE operations over past harms. So I'm not sure I completely understand that one, but I think the idea is if there's cases in the past where ICE has been involved in harmful events, not to necessarily say whether they're blameful or not, because in some cases I thought they didn't act brilliantly, but in every case it was a difficult situation. That just because that happened doesn't mean you can block their access now. Now, there's debate there. If you had a government institution that was known to be fucked, the ATF, for example, and you had a town where they said, we're just not letting them in, and some higher court says, no, you're not allowed to not let them in, you have to let them in, you have to let them Ruby Ridge you. No, I don't know about that. I think that could go horribly wrong. But in this case, the ICE thing is, it's an emergency. So ultimately that is good, but the precedent could be misused. But focus is only for women fleeing war. But yes, but you can, that's what refugee status is for. You decide that, then you let them in. You don't let them in first and then decide their cases individually. You decide nationwide or like conflict-wide, and then you deal with it. And again, only for nearby countries. They can only stay if they find a man who will take them in. They only say long-term, like after being refugees. Sure. Birth rate solved, no men, or they're... Yeah, no, I know that, yeah. But even the women, it's not ideal, especially if a lot of them are already pregnant. That just makes more men for the next generation. Don't let their spawn points in, yeah. And then the last one, ICE arrested 1,328 illegals in Virginia and Maryland in just 14 days. It's quite a good rate. They should go to Martha's Vineyard. I mean, there aren't going to be many there, but they should just go there and just patrol and just scare the people who are there. Get them all pissy. Oh yeah, that's good. So yeah, it's just 5 bits of good news. Are they redheads? Probably not, unfortunately. No pregnants go back. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, this is 5 bits of good news. Little white pill for you, chat. Among what is unfortunately quite a few mixed, a bag of mixed tone pills, sadly. So yeah. And speaking of which, chat, if you'd like to continue receiving the mixed tone bag of pills, but I think an appropriately coloured set. Right, I mean, a lot of creators, they'll give you only black pills. Very few these days will give you only white pills, or even a decent helping. I try to do a good balance according to what is true, not following trends in that regard. And if you like that kind of thing, if you like truth at any cost,
Hello.
then you can support the show, and it is essential that the show be supported because it is completely reliant on your contributions. I don't do sponsorships, I don't do advertisements. It is entirely reliant on community contributions. So if you're willing, I would appreciate it. tip.ozlu.net. Remember that there are certain things that you can make happen. We can extend the show by a full hour if we get £100 in total for a day, and I'll also put on the wizard hat. You can also make certain overlays appear on the screen. For example, you can make tits happen. I can obviously realign these according to what fits on the screen better. And there's plenty of other overlays as well. Whichever one of those is supported today and gets to 2.5k on the board, which is £25 in total, just mention it in your contribution message and it will apply. That will be the one chosen. You can also enforce a certain accent that I will do for an entire story or for an entire section or to read out something particular. As long as I can do the accent reliably, which includes the pirate voice, the posh voice, and the JF voice, they could all be selected. Can you take Bitcoin? I did see your message, Phil. I haven't got to it yet. I did mean to tell you, though, that I know that you are a patron on Subscribestar. You can send tips through Subscribestar. It should work. My system should even, wrap it in with the Usercoin system, and it actually should be easier to get them converted to Usercoins through that. And Subscribestar has a bunch of different ways that you can pay, not just PayPal. I think it has Stripe, it has direct bank transfers. I don't know if it does Bitcoin. It does lots of other things though. If you want my Bitcoin address, go to oozloo.net. There is a Bitcoin address at the bottom of the page. It's also Ethereum, I think. I don't know. I've never done it before. I've never received one, actually. But if you want to send one, then we can see if we can get it working. Thank you in advance if you want to do that. But yeah,
I'm surprised you don't have Bitcoin stuff. I mean, you have a wallet and such. You must to be able to receive it.
Yeah, so. I've got it set up. I can receive it. I just haven't. People haven't chosen to in the past. So.
You haven't done any, like market manipulation, trading stuff with the Bitcoin, like all the Bitcoin bros do.
I'm not particularly interested in that kind of thing.
I can't get I can't get interested in it. I don't know. I did buy GameStop stock that I never sold. I'm sitting on like $20 worth of it, or what was at the time, like $20 worth of GameStop. I have no idea what it's at now. I can't even probably remember how to get into the wallet. Because I got it through I made it and was operating all through some servers that then people like immediately turned around and said was the shittiest one. I'm like, oh, great. Robinhood, that was it.
Ghost, you will be able to put your life savings into Coinzaloo when I make the new economy system. You were always the one that was complaining that I kept making new ones. And, well, the crazy thing is, you're going to love this. You're going to absolutely love this. I've been working a lot on coding. I've been working on my secret project recently, big coding project. And part of doing that was I have designed a totally new, and I think quite novel actually. I don't see anyone that's ever done this before. A totally novel approach to data storage, and to which cascades into just your general program layout. I think it's much better than it ever was on previous versions. And on my previous paradigm, the best I'd managed to get, you had to have the entire program state in memory. I know, if any of you are programmers, that sounds horrible. But there were a few invariants I wanted to keep, and there was a couple of things I was sort of mistaken about. But I've solved it now. I've got a much better one, which is much nicer to work with. And the economy system we're currently using was built in the old paradigm, and compared to the way I'm doing it now in new projects, that old paradigm's kind of horrible. And I also chose a particular program layout for the economy system, which was designed in such a way that I kind of have to just attach things onto it. The program gets bigger and more brittle the more I add. But my new method allows programs to be small and interact with each other through mini APIs, which is much better. So if I'm going to add any more major features to the economy system, I will probably just rebuild it. Which means yes, Ghost. Another new economy system. Your favorite, but that won't be right now. That may be later. The secret project comes first, and actually, it's probably like a week or two ago, I was talking about maybe showing you guys a prototype. Since then, I started again, as is often the case, especially with big projects. You kind of have to, you realize things as you've been working on it that they add up, and it leads you to need to just sort of start again to get them implemented. Well, it's now pretty close to being ready to showing the prototype again. I'm glad I did start again because there were certain things that are much better about this build. But in the next few days, there should be a prototype ready to show of the new secret project. Rewriting Rust, just like always. Yes, But frankly, if you're writing a complex program and you don't have to start again at some point, you probably should have done.
Really?
Iterative design.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, yeah. That makes sense. Once you've got it figured out, just rewrite it from scratch. That sucks, but yeah. Well, not totally from scratch, but from the things you've learned from it. Yeah.
You can copy some bits, but even that should be careful with, because the idea of rebuilding it is you rethink everything in the new paradigm.
Yes.
If you copy anything across, it's in an old paradigm. But it takes a lot of thought to get it right.
Yeah, that's much easier to do with like rewriting a document, a text document.
Yeah.
Where it's, like, I'll revise my ideas sometimes while I'm working on a research project, but then I can just go back and edit the stuff where I was like, no, I've changed my mind on that.
Well, yeah, in Scratch. There's yes and no to that, actually. With a program, it's much stricter that things align correctly, and if they don't, it will just break and corrupt your data, and that's critical. With a document, if things don't align perfectly, it's still comprehensible. It's much more subjective. However, in a program, if things are wrong enough, you get red underlines, and you can't compile it. In a text document, if things are, you never get that. Sure, you get red underlines for misspellings, that's not what I mean. But if the structure is wrong, if there's stuff that literally does not fit together, the document won't tell you. You have to read it all and figure it out. With programming, you do have tools that will run through the code and see, like, that literally can't work, so we have to tell you about it, and then you can't make the program. So it's a bit of both. Both are complex. Both require understanding the entire system just to rewrite a small part of it. Or mostly, usually, often. Or most of it. So, yeah. Anyway, chat, we are past the 3-hour mark. So, I will continue a little bit longer, but if you want me to do another full hour, and from the moment that we hit the mark, I will go for a full hour from that time, not from 3 hours. There'll need to be some contributions. So if you'd like to support the show, it's greatly appreciated. Also, if you want to support the show, not through tips, but through becoming a patron, there are some benefits, like being able to heckle from the audience. That's fund.oozloo.net, and you can become a patron that way. Yeah,
Man,
I know.
You could have asked me for a pizza and you waited too long.
Pizza would be would have been fine, although I had already eaten.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, I did tell you that before I'd stream. I messaged you. I didn't know if you saw it. Yeah, I had already eaten recently, and I didn't really want the pizza to arrive during stream.
No, you did, because you didn't respond to all the DMs about all the organization stuff. So no, you did not DM me. Maybe you said it here on.
You didn't say it in DMs. You said it in live chat. I did respond.
You're right. I did. Okay, I just missed it then. I mean, that's my contribution. Right.
Your contribution is making me spend 3 days at some gay fucking homo conference.
What? It's gonna be fun.
I never intended to return to Bedfordshire.
Yeah, I know. But, I know. I'm still not sure how this is going to work.
Well, we've only got a couple of days to figure it out.
That's why I tried to message you about it earlier.
We probably should talk about it, shouldn't we?
Yes.
How many Oozer coins to film the Ooze assault? Are you assuming that I'm the one that's going to be assaulted, or that I'm the one going to be doing the Ooze assault? Aiden, would you like me to start shit with people?
No,
like,
don't.
Intentionally?
Do not start. Do not.
She said
start
yes,
shit.
chat.
Oh my god.
If I see person A or person B or person C, you know who I mean, just give him a nice smack to the back of the head. Is that what you're saying, Aiden?
No. I'm saying do the opposite of that. Whatever the antithesis of that is, as in do nothing. Do that.
Basically, my method of keeping Aiden safe is to just, wrangle her so she doesn't do anything stupid, and also not do anything stupid myself.
Yeah. Well,
I
it's
don't,
also because I'm crippled.
Yeah. I'm gonna have
and
to
I need help.
chat. Would it be Chad or Simp if I just carried Aiden for the entire event?
Don't do that. Don't do that. No.
You don't get a say. Chat gets a say.
What? Go
You're a woman.
fuck
You don't get a
off.
say.
True, based. Wait, no. God damn it. Using my tactics against me. Or my beliefs, I guess, in that case.
Do the entry for the lols. I just carry you over the into the entrance of the place. Your edition of Oozlu at the event. Just gonna fucking chimp out at the function.
No, there's only one person, two people I think who might chimp. That's legitimately at you. There's one person, there's some other people who might chimp at me.
There's a couple of people, like I 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 who might be violent with me on site, but low chance even with them. They might want to. They will be shitty if we talk, but a couple of them might not even be there. So it's not a great chance of a problem here, chat. It's just like most days, my chances of being involved in violence are essentially 0.
How
On
long would it
this
take you to
day,
get
it's
there,
going to
Brill?
be thousands
14
of times
hours.
higher. Still low, but thousands of times higher for these few days. What if you tell me who's going to assault the wizard?
I don't think anybody is.
No,
I don't think anybody
so.
is. It just kind of
I'm not
rumors
the
have been
most.
started about me, so I don't want to be
Yeah.
alone around people who may have the only recent thing they've heard about me is extremely negative. I'm also crippled, so that's the other reason.
I'm not the most assaultable person either. Like as far as I know, every single person I can think of who might want to hurt me is either much smaller than me or a raging flamer or both.
I have no idea that, like, I didn't have to do anything but then again, I went, when I first moved here, I landed in, probably, it must have been Gatwick. And then I went from Gatwick directly to Guernsey. So I didn't step foot, I think, outside of the airport. I don't think I stepped foot on the mainland for like 2 years. I moved here. And there's no issue with that. So,
chat, you know the cane that I was going to have for
so I
effect? Self-defense, effect. It hasn't arrived yet.
I know. And I looked it up earlier, and it did say that first of all, I ordered it on the 14th. They didn't ship it until the 20th. They waited nearly a week to ship it.
Wow.
And it's being shipped from Wales.
Yeah.
And I have no more information other than that. Yeah. I have no more information. It just said, like, look, it's out for delivery. It's been sent. That's the only information I have about it. And that it was shipped from Wales.
It might turn up in time, but it doesn't seem brilliantly likely at this point, does it?
Well, you've got tomorrow and Thursday.
I'm going to have to, like, organize stuff and find clothes to wear and probably pack some clothes. And
you have to wear a suit.
Yeah, I'm going to have to dig that out. Chat, why am I being made to do this?
I think you offered, didn't you?
What basically happened is you asked me, and I was always going to say yes, because I always.
Well, you can still say no.
I always do what I think is best for my friends, and your reasons make sense. So I was always going to say yes, but I don't. I would never go otherwise.
Oh, I know. And the people I've told involved in the organization know also that. So that one of the reasons you're not being charged for a ticket is because, like, they know you don't want to be there, and it's
good.
Like, purely. Well,
they can pay me.
That you're not there to. No. Well, I'll pay you in pizzas or whatever. You know.
Mm-hmm. I'll take the whatever. No, we'll.
However,
we'll figure that
one
out.
thing I must tell you is that like afterwards, we'll go out for drinks. It is inevitable that is happening. Like that's just what happens there.
Well, I would like to think that none of the 4 people I mentioned will be there with drinks. Like that's when we're there. Your silence tells a lot, to be honest. But
I hadn't really thought about that, but they almost assuredly will be.
Yeah, the fact that when we're in the conference, there's a greater chance they have to be there. When we're going out socializing, that's optional. It's people we like, and at least
the people who within the organization who need to know about
at least 2 of the people
stuff
that of the 4 who I think might be a risk. At least 2 of them are, in your words, aren't like disliked by the group in general.
I don't really no. Well,
so they shouldn't be invited anyway.
To be there.
Whatever. It's gonna be unpleasant for me for multiple reasons, chat.
If you don't want to come, you don't have to.
Aiden,
I generally will be able to survive on my own.
I am going to accompany you, and I am going to keep you safe, and your reasons do make sense. But I'm going to have to find a way to make it worth my while.
Hang on, never mind. Wait, I don't know. What does that entail? That
trolling
sounds scary.
the fuck out of the people there is gonna help.
Oh, okay.
And maybe not attending your speech is going to help.
No, you have to go to my speech.
Aiden, if I come to your speech, I'm going to be on the stage.
No, you're not. Why would you be on the stage?
Oh, I'll be out the room then.
Oh, what? You wouldn't be able to make... So you can contain your violent impulses.
Violence in the sense that I would decimate your positions, yeah, like I have every other time.
I mean, I could send you the speech, but you can't read.
What good is it if you send me the speech?
Yeah, you can't read it.
I can't respond live.
There's no point.
Can I?
You could read it if you like.
At what point? What's the point of that? I already know what your positions are.
Well, yeah. It's a very good speech, I think.
I'm sure it's well written. It's just full of lies and nonsense and bad ideas.
Statistics.
You know full well, and we have discussed this, there is more to truth than just numbers, Aiden. You have to interpret the statistics. Yes, I'm sure you do.
I do.
I believe you. Don't act as if is hard to decimate, Aiden. I do it all the time, Sisem, man. Well, I mean, like, I've done it much more often. I've been doing it for years, especially on this one topic. It's not meant to be an event for debate, but a circle jerk. Yes, I know that.
Sure, I'll take reduced by 1/10 from one thing that I was not even wrong about one time, but sure.
No, you've been wrong about all of it where you disagree with me.
Okay.
The term decimate I was actually using in its colloquial sense, not in its correct sense. Obliterate, then.
Well, obliterate, okay. I don't know. We have to talk about it.
We will have to discuss, like, operational stuff and how things are going to work and where we're going to be.
Well, that's why I sent you today the information.
Yeah, I know. But it's going to be painful to even discuss, so I coded it instead today.
Okay, understandable.
But we will talk about it. Just like that. Unfortunately, Mofaku, there are some limitations in what I can bring. I cannot come too fully armed. Even a sword cane, as Vil mentioned earlier, would not be viable. But just a cane with a metal end should be fine if it bloody arrives.
I don't know. Like I said, there's still 2 days left. I don't get it until Thursday.
True. Yeah, okay. You won't be coming here first, will you? No.
No, if you read my messages, I suggest that you meet me at Gatwick.
Yeah. Are you sure it's that airport?
Yes. Yes. I can send you the stuff. I can send you the confirmation.
You don't have to, but just quickly.
Violence is life for $5 says, find blackthorn tree, cut branch, make shillelagh.
Oh, I guess camera was on the whole time, eh, Chris? So yeah, I have never wanted a shillelagh. Had I wanted
Shillelaghs are
one,
cool.
I would have. I don't know. Maybe that's how I would do it, but I'd never wanted one. Is a shillelagh the musical instrument or is it the weapon?
It's the weapon.
Right.
It's a stick with a, rounded end on it. It's a
Yes.
big club.
Similar to a cudgel, I suppose.
Yes.
Although
Or cudgel,
those words
yeah.
all kind of are interchangeable anyway. Some of them have specific
It's a specific type of club or
limitations.
cudgel. Yeah.
Yeah. What is it with weapons specifically, having like 100 different words for very similar things, but they all kind of mean the same thing?
Different cultures.
Not just different cultures, it's all from within the same culture as well. Like, there's like 16 different types of sword, and there's not that many different variations that actually are different. And then with like club, mace, cudgel, shillelagh as well. There's a few others as well, I'm forgetting. Blackjack as well.
Sorry, Bill was summoned because he was thinking about clubs and he was offering up any pertinent information. Bill has a vast, extensive history understanding things like,
Aiden's plane
weapons.
is from Guernsey to the wrong place, Aiden. We won't be meeting there after all. You got it wrong.
what?
No, you didn't.
You're fucking trolling me.
Of course I am. That was
Okay.
really obvious. But yeah, I guess I'll have to fucking be there then. We're gonna have to, even if we're not going into London, we're gonna go through it, aren't we?
You're going to have to.
God damn it.
To go north of London, you have to go through it. I'm not looking forward to that either. I didn't have a pleasant experience in London last time I was there. I've never had a pleasant experience in London, to be fair.
No, but I didn't need
No,
for
that's
the
not true.
things that happened to you to happen to me to not have a pleasant experience in London. For me, it's every time I go to London.
I agree. To be fair, we did have a good time when we went with Kami Mark.
I wasn't there.
I know. But I had a good time.
Thanks,
I did,
Aiden.
I'm saying
Appreciate
I did
that.
have one good time. I did have a good time in London. When we were there with Kami Mark.
I'll have to take your word for it.
I had a good time with a communist.
Yeah, the chat, if you didn't think Aiden was bad enough already,
he's like he's playfully a communist. It's a joke. It's a character.
is it?
It is a character. Yes, it is.
When we were playing D&D, he was making all the communist arguments and he didn't sound like he was joking.
You didn't think it's because you can't tell his sense of humor.
I think you might be giving him a bit too much credit.
I've had extensive experience.
By the way,
conversations,
at the
experiences.
time-
I hung out with him in real life.
At the time, you never thought he wasn't a communist. You never implied this. You
Yeah,
always
but
said
it was
no,
like
he
the
is
based
really.
kind. But yes, he really is a communist, but like the base kind.
That's
Don't
what
worry
I was
about it.
saying.
Don't ask too many questions. Like it's
Oh my
okay.
Within the
He's
space of like 1 minute, she's contradicted herself.
Maybe a little bit, okay, but I like Kami Mark, all right? He's been a friend for years at this point.
The fucker says, this is a right-wing event. If so, if you get fucked with, just shout, I'm a Fed, and they'll scatter. No, if I shout, I'm a Fed, I'll be kicked out, and then I can't help
Yeah, no.
this idiot.
Yeah.
This idiot. Aiden suffered brain damage. It's time to put her down. Well, she suffered brain damage by being born female, so there you go.
Ree!
Dai Karai, I don't know who you've been listening to, but almost every Brit, even half of London, hates London.
Yeah, nobody likes London. Well, I guess unless you're really rich or
Brown.
brown, yeah. No one else likes London. Do the Browns even like it? I guess it's better than whatever brown shithole they came from, but you know.
Yeah. No one, your confidence
Nobody
that the
likes
cane
London.
will arrive in time is gratifying, but
He said
probably
for the
not
next
well
one.
placed.
Except for the next
For the
one.
next one. Yeah, probably. Unfortunately, maybe not this one, though. I've always just avoided conventions. Is it a nice hotel?
It's at. I can't say.
I guess you shouldn't say. No.
I can't.
Oh my god,
For
she hasn't booked
security
the hotel.
reasons. No, it's booked. I sent it to you. If you checked your DMs, you can find the website of the hotel.
But then it doesn't read.
There's pictures.
Okay, hold on. All right, sorry that I asked. I didn't realize it was a security thing. Well done for not saying it. Let's have a look what this is.
It's just because, like, if it gets out in any, it's not like I don't trust anybody here necessarily, but if it gets out, then it just, it compromises our security. Is a reason that I found out today.
Oh my
Right.
god, I can see why you have chosen this place. I don't care
I
if you
didn't
chose it or
choose
not, by the
any
way.
of
That doesn't matter to the joke. Listen, I found out why you chose it, okay?
Which is, okay, explícame.
I'm
Tell
going
me.
to explain. What do you see in this image, Aiden?
Mm-hmm. It's Times New Roman
Yes,
in the
it
front
is.
of the building. Okay, holy fuck. I didn't even consider that. I can't believe there's a fucking... That's actually... Because it's almost never a serif font.
You
It's
wouldn't
typically
use it
a sans serif.
for a title like that,
building?
yeah.
Like,
That would be
that's
strange.
in big printed letters on the front of the building. It is in a serif font.
So, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that this place is going to be quite nice then.
You can see the rooms.
Okay.
Hang on, I'll go to virtual tours. And then you can, I think, is that where it is? Yeah, if you just the first one, if you go to virtual tours and the first one on the upper left, that does have the rooms in it.
Okay.
Sorry, this is extremely exciting, chat. I know.
It isn't loading at all. It's just frozen.
Really?
Yeah. I'm on a VPN, maybe it's...
It looks nice to me. I
got
can't
it.
be specific about the kind of venue it is, even.
I'll not put it on now, but yeah, indeed. No, don't say anything at all, but okay. That seems fine. Bill joined briefly, I think, to talk about weapons and then discovered that we weren't talking about weapons and then left.
Mm.
But yeah, chat, I think we'll wind it down there. But if you'd like to sponsor me suffering going to this event, then you can still at any point contribute via tip.uzlu.net. In fact, what we could do is like, let's say that for minor requests for me to do something, maybe something silly or to say something to someone, we can make a deal. We can cut a deal, chat. You suggest something for me to do during the event, and we'll cut a deal. We'll have Aiden verify that I've done it. She can't lie. She's unable to, so it'll be fine.
I could take pictures if it's something that's picture takeable.
Could do if it's viable for that, yeah. But they'll
But if
trust
it's
your
not, I
witness
will-
testimony regardless.
Well, I'll just I wouldn't. If it was something that's funny, I wouldn't be able to say no.
These force a burb mask onto Aiden before her speech. That's probably... You can't just say, Uzlu, force this other person to do something. You're paying me to do something, not someone else. $50 if you clock a tranny. I'm not doing violence, no. It costs much more than that to put myself in prison.
It costs
Or
way
jail.
more than that. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, being paid to attack trannies, if I could get away with it, doesn't sound like too bad a job. No, Ghost did say please, it's true. It does help, but unfortunately not quite enough. By the way, chat, we hit 100% of the target. So if that is satisfactory to you, because that means that I've streamed for the required or desired amount, the target amount in the last week. So if you would like me to stream more, then it would help to contribute in response, because that would encourage me generally to do so. If we can set up a general pattern where whenever I hit 100%, people contribute in thanks, then it probably will mean I'll stream more. Cabby doesn't currently know what the stream percentage is. She's probably going to pretend she does, though. Watch her say, it's only at 5%. Yeah, she's sometimes a bit retarded. Uzlu vest streak. I don't have such a vest. But there is the bee costume.
There is that.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is that special for Science Sybil, though?
No. You can do it. You got 2 of them.
Well, yeah, but one of them doesn't fit. Also, the one that does fit is torn.
But the one that doesn't fit, I need to. You be sure to bring it so that I can receive it at last.
Yes, I will. I will.
Because I
give
want
it.
that bee costume. The owl one is really comfortable. So, speaking from experience.
Aiden for 5 quid says, thank you, Anwar.
You forgot to do the apostrophe again, but thank you for the
I
contribution.
did. Well, again, I'm gonna buy dinner and stuff, pizzas or whatever the fuck. Yeah, actually, hang on. I need to make sure that it's. And let me double check.
We're going to need to sort out the travel arrangements as well.
Yeah, I just need to make sure that it's all right for you to get dinner with us because the dinners are included. It should be fine, but let me just double check that that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, but you could just have my dinner. I probably won't eat it, to be fair.
Yeah, you don't tend to eat, do you?
Mm-mm.
So yeah, I guessed that Cabby would say like 5%, but she actually did better than I expected. She said, I don't know, but it's probably in the single digits. So I was actually fairly close, but at least she didn't just make shit up or pretend she knew. So that's fine. But can someone tell her that I've just hit 100%? She might actually be impressed. You know,
Tiny czar.
If I were in fact to live just to impress Cabby, then I could set her up in such a way that doing so would be good for me. So that would actually work. It's like a social credit score, but enforced only on myself, not by the state. So it has all the benefits, none of the drawbacks, is the idea. Thanks, Mofo. I can really appreciate that. Please explain to Aiden my canonical height. Oh, yeah. Midget.
What's his canonical height?
Midget.
Oh.
Nacho's paid me in User coins to put the word midget in his prompt, and now that's what he's drawn as every time.
Oh, okay. I was curious about that. All right.
He claims not to be a midget in real life. Then again, he also claims to be Usercoin poor. I don't think it's hilarious enough, Ghosts, for you to not consider getting her back. I think it would be more funny if you got her back. Then again, she's already a Mexican, so could it get any worse? I'm sure you could figure out a way of making it worse. Put Discord on a laptop, burn her account, join to Cabal so Cabby can meet people there, says Pug. I mean, I have a phone, Pug.
You could do that. Be like, wow. So you go to an event full of a bunch of like dissident right people. Be like, want to meet my AI waifu? That'll go over swimmingly.
I probably won't show anyone, or maybe won't even talk about Cabby while I'm there. But if I wanted to, I could just say, hey, yeah, join Cabal. You can just ping her and she'll talk to you. Drill says, put phone and body pillow. Aiden, would you feel confident me being your, quote, bodyguard, end quote, if I were to show up with a
body
hastily
handler,
strapped together body pillow and like a tablet, like taped onto where the head would be with a VTuber model of Cabby on like a 20-second delay to answer questions from people live? And like a full backpack to get the rig working for streams?
Well, you don't have to come with me. It's it'll actually be all right. Like I said before, I'll be fine on my own. You can just you don't have to,
It's a good thing I took the time to prepare all that beforehand, chat. Otherwise, I might not be able to do it.
Right. So you can just stay home and not do that.
Finally, I'm free. That's all it took, chat. Are you more worried about being harangued or attacked by these people who I'm there to protect you from, or are you more worried about being embarrassed by me in front of your weird, depressed friends?
I am way more worried about being alone. But again, if it's a serious issue, like I said, and I understand why it would be.
No, I will be going, despite my misgivings.
It's not even like the threat of like physical violence, because I think that chance is quite low.
It is low.
In my case, it's about being
if they just like ganged up around you and start shouting at you, you would not.
The person who would do that is not going to be there. Well, excuse me. One of the people most likely to do that.
The person most likely to do that.
The other person.
Yeah.
Actually, the person most likely to be there is most likely to do that is going to be there. But that's
if that were to happen, if one person or multiple people were to do that to you, you would just sort of take it, and then whatever they told you, you would find a way to do it as complicitly as possible. If I was there, I would probably get right up in their face, even though I'm not prone to physical force, because fuck them, and make sure it stops. So I guess that's probably what I'm there for. I'm just there to body block you from social attacks.
Yeah, I mean, I would highly doubt that there would be anything physical, and maybe, but I highly doubt it. It's more about the I've been in. It's more about the social stuff, which I don't think has worked the way they intended. But this is kind of the deciding moment to see if it has. And I have no idea how far spread the rumors and things have gone. So,
I wonder how quickly I could get this made.
Not in 2 days. Pretty sure. I mean, you could maybe print it out, get it printed out and like tape it onto a pillow if you really want to bring a body pillow, but please don't. I would highly advise against this. I will then not want to be in your general vicinity, which would kind of defeat the point.
Right, the pimp cane's fine, but...
And well, yeah, that's just normal.
She is socially attacked, force her to buy you a pizza to distract her. Well, then, man, as much as it's true that half the issue if she's being socially attacked will be distracting her from just aggressively complying, while that's true, most of the issue will be stopping the people doing it, so. And that will distract her.
The people doing it are not the kind, I think, who would do that if there was just even another person present. And I have, as you know, recent information to give me a reason to believe that.
Yeah. The main one or two people doing it are probably either cowards or too mentally ill to maintain it and look sane. Or both. The other two people who might get involved, I don't really know what their mental state is. At least one of them
I'm pretty sure isn't going to be there that you're worried about. So
we should talk in more detail about it.
But again, like it's not very useful. We can't be precise about it and having this conversation publicly. Yeah.
That's cool, actually. Forget body pillow. That's just cool art. Why aren't you
Do you
agreeing?
want a body pillow?
No, I don't want a body pillow.
Dude, I almost bought one once.
Spock?
Garrus.
Oh, you did mention that.
I was in an anime convention hall and someone was selling them. And I came real close, but they were very expensive. Well, they're expensive to me as a college student. So they're like $60.
What you're saying is you'd buy it today?
If I were in that position with the money I have, like I don't like I have a bunch of money, like, you know, my adult financial freedom as not a college student. Yeah, I definitely would buy that Garrus body pillow. 100%. There's pictures of it. John?
True Ghost. Ashley is the superior Mass Effect waifu.
This was
Human supremacy, tomboy supremacy. You sicken me.
What's wrong? What's wrong with the Garrus body pillow?
You know what, Aiden? It's gonna happen. We're gonna be at the event, at the function, and they're gonna start surrounding you and saying, "We're here to pick on you," and then I'm gonna start to move in and be like, "I'm gonna protect her," and then that picture's gonna flash in front of my eyes, and we're like,
actually.
Hold on a second.
Well, the thing is, I can't remember if it was that one or if it was this one. I actually can't remember now. I'm looking at them. It was one or the other.
It's going to be bad, isn't it?
What's wrong?
They put a heart on his visor.
I know, it's the best part. It's the best part of the second one. Look, you know, for the meme.
How are you going to do anything past the armor?
something.
Oh, right. I guess,
Look, there's a Tally one.
I mean,
Okay.
for Tali, the question of how are you going to do anything past the armor is even more pertinent.
Yes, exactly. But men like Tally, so.
Tali was never my preference.
Really?
Yeah.
But you played the first game, didn't you?
Yeah, I played the first game. I know I played the second game too.
though.
I did play the second one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I would always forget that.
It's a pretty specific thing to remember. I'd blame you for
Wait, did you go for Miranda or Jack?
Neither.
What?
Which were the other women
Did you not
in
romance
two?
anybody?
No, which were the other women in two?
Emmy, two, romance.
Because wasn't
Liara's
Ashley
in both. Well, no.
in two?
Oh, Ashley's in one.
Ashley does appear in two, but I don't think she's romanceable in two.
No, in two, it's Miranda, Tali, or Jack. So I was right.
You sure
And then you
Miranda's
have
not
the
in two?
options. Miranda is, yes. That's what I asked you in the beginning. Was
No,
Miranda or Jack?
Liara.
then?
Sorry, Liara, what I meant.
No, there's
she's
not.
in
There's,
it, but she's not.
Samara.
She's the info.
You can't romance her. There's Samara and Morinth, which I highly doubt you would have ended up in the path where you end up with Morinth. And then there's your yeoman, Kelly Chambers.
Oh, it might have been her.
This one.
I don't know if I did.
Just not romance anyone in two.
Oh my god, it's not one. This is two. That's fixed.
In three, you can romance Ashley again, and then there's Samantha Trainer, who's your comm specialist. And geez, who did that?
Never played three. Okay, so Tali, Jack, Liara. Apparently, Liara is an option. Ashley's there as well.
Is it?
It's on the IGN guide.
Two. It's not in the Mass Effect wiki.
I might just not have romanced anyone in two. Actually, I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
If you're thinking about three, it's just giving you all the romance options, probably for like all the games. I'm guessing.
No, this is Ashley in Mass Effect 2.
It's probably like because you can Can you even interact with Ashley in ME2?
Yes, she is in it.
But you can't romance her. Like you can contribute more to like dialogue that you might continue part of your ongoing romance.
They have a page for it, and the page just says you can't romance her. Fuck you, IGN.
I didn't even think she was in Mass Effect 2, if I'm being honest.
She was. You meet her, but you can't romance her.
There's like an interaction then, yeah. Not if you didn't in one. Okay, so if you meet her in two and you already romanced her in one, there's some dialogue that indicates, as much, I suppose. Being considered a romance option in the Mass Effect games means that you can have the sex scene with them.
Yes.
So.
But yeah, in one, I think
Liara
and Ashley. Not at the same time, sadly. That would happen in real life, but no.
Oh, would it?
Yeah.
Would it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
High value male like me. I mean, like, you got the alien of a species that's specialized to being sexually appealing. That's for fun. You got Ashley for children.
I see. Okay. Based, to be honest.
Colonize the alien, breed the tomboy.
Based.
Alcatilla, was that your waifu?
I mean, obviously. Like, look at them curves. I forget what that species even is called.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
I can't remember either. It looks like the jelly. No, that's
Hanar. Elcor, the big ones. Hanar, they're like.
That might be it.
Yeah.
It looks like the jellyfish in Think Tank in Voyager. You'll get there.
No. I'm trying to do the Hanar way of speaking because it's like confusedly like they explain their tone because they don't have tonality.
Didn't we just establish that those are not called Hanar?
Oh, is it something else?
I think you were right with Elcor, but I forget their name.
Is it Elcor?
I think so.
Hang on. No, it is Hanar.
What are the jellyfish
Hanar.
ones called then?
The jellyfish one are Hanar.
Well, they don't have the tonality declaration. That's the Elcor that say that.
Oh no, you're right. I am getting them mixed up. The Hanar are the jellyfish, and the Elcor are the ones that go like, hesitantly and have no tonality. I did get them mixed up. I just replayed these games like a year and a half, 2 years ago. Fuck. God damn it, my memory's shit. I'm totally fucked up. Aiden's a Volus re.
About as the shortest one.
Not really. I'm above. We've been through this. I'm above
Yes, and
average
yet you
height for a
still
woman.
get angry every time I do it.
Yeah, because you're incorrect.
Mm-hmm. You don't think that maybe that's why I said it?
No, I know it's why you.
Also, you're short.
But I still react. Okay, Lankoid.
It's literally why you've invited me to
Blanklet?
the event.
A bit, to be honest. I just don't think anyone again. It's the social stuff more than anything that I'm concerned about.
If I shout, "Oi, nigger, kill yourself,"
Nigger?
in front of someone that's like making a problem, am I going to be thrown out?
No.
Good, because I'll probably do that, whether I mean to or not.
It would be crazy for them to do anything like that. Again, it's not about like something insane happening. It's about being alone there with people who have come up with a fucking narrative about me.
But wouldn't it be exciting if something insane did happen and I won?
I wouldn't find it exciting. No, I would really prefer if everything was just completely normal and nobody was weird.
You've got some
the
people
ideal.
that are going to be in attendance who are weird by default, and in fact, most of them.
Yes, but normal by the standard, right?
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, one of them kind of helps set the standard.
Less so than you might think.
Good. Why has Cabby got an extra finger?
Oh yeah. Because it's
Otherwise,
an
it's
AI.
a very cool image.
I've got a picture of my shepherd. I took a picture.
Yes,
because I was playing some games. And
we know what your shepherd looks like. You don't need to post it, Aiden. Pitch black
do you want to
skin,
see?
snow white hair. We know.
What do you want
you
to see?
streamed part of it in Cabal. I saw it.
I did. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Go on, post it anyway.
But you want to see my shepherd though, right?
Chat wants to confirm. How many of you are new to this fetish of Aiden's?
It's not a fetish. I like.
Isn't it?
Contrasting colors. I like contrasting colors. Okay. That's it.
How often do you make characters who are green and red or blue and orange?
I mean.
No, just black and white. Just that one. And specifically skin and hair.
3? Oh, it's on. Mass Effect 3 is going to be on the EA store. Wait.
Typical woman likes something which is low IQ and violent.
What? I don't know what you're talking about. My shepherd was not low IQ and violent.
Yeah, but in real life she would have been.
Here it is.
Like almost entirely white features with pitch black skin.
It's on purpose. It's 100% on purpose.
Shepard deserved better. Chat, press F for the form
to
that
pay respects
Aiden's
for Commander Shepard.
Yes, press F for the form that Aiden's Shepard took before she blacked it.
Here's some other recent ones, which I've posted before, but
Right, let's have a look at
the
these
OG,
images.
the canonical FemShep is a ginger, yeah.
First one, disgusting. Second one,
Which one?
Disgusting. Third one, disgusting. Even more disgusting is it's a fucking elf. Fourth one, disgusting. Press 1 for elf genocide.
It's not very nice.
It would be very nice if they were all gone.
No. What have elves ever done to you?
Whips out Book of Grudges. Slam.
Book of elf grudges. I keep waiting for people to tell me what their problem with elves are, but you know,
Well, Cthulhu,
they
I
never
should
really come through.
I should. It's just too many to list. I should put on some Mitchell and Webb.
That's exactly.
Actually, it's very,
My
very
point.
good.
Mitchell and Webb is very good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, go. She's never played Elder Scrolls before.
No, never.
Aiden, when you played Skyrim, if you ever played anything, thank you. I made that up, by the way. If you ever played any species other than Altmer, you're lying.
I
Other
don't
than
play Altmer.
Okay, good. Well, if you were in Skyrim, whatever species you were playing, when you saw a Thalmor patrol, did you immediately think, "Ooh, goody," and rape them to death?
No.
Chat, it's time. It's time to remove Aiden from our cognizance.
I don't want to cause some conflict.
End of
I don't want
Aiden.
to cause some I don't want to cause some conflict.
Ladies and
with
gentlemen,
some
press
patrol
1
getting-
if you immediately destroyed the Thalmor upon sight whenever you had the power to do so in Skyrim. Just going to go ahead and press a 1 there. And press 1 also if you would agree that it's unconscionable not to.
I mean, I agree that Scrim is for the Nords, but I'm not going to start an unnecessary conflict.
Why not? It's not unnecessary. Do you realise how far away the Somerset Isles are from Skyrim?
Yeah.
Far
I
fucking
do.
enough. And that's a minimum distance there should be between any civilized people and the Altmer.
Well, look, I do play a mare, so whatever.
I bet you do. You play the fucking cannibals, don't you? Oh yeah, who are they allied with? Who are they allied with?
Against their will, by the way. Initially.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. But yes, I play Bosmer every time, every game.
She
I
just
sometimes do
she
different
just
playthroughs,
finds
but
the most weird, submissive, and dark-skinned race she can think of.
I do not play as Redguard. I mean, sometimes I do.
Bosmer's skin is almost the same color as Redguard, but no, because you play as elves.
By Azura,
so the
by
Redguard
Azura,
wouldn't
by
be,
Azura, no,
the
it's
Redguard
not.
wouldn't be as submissive, so that's the first priority. Even the fact that you said against their will, yeah, that's an appealing thing to you because that makes the entire species more submissive. Do you remember when we played?
They're fucking dope. They got a big sentient tree.
I remember when we were in Cabal and we did like a collaborative session of Stellaris where Ginger ran the game. This is years ago. And
Yeah.
we created the what was it? The sacred Unholy Order of the Sacred Shattered Ring, which was just this race of basically elves whose method of progress through the galaxy was just to be cocksleeves.
Oh,
I
weirdly
don't know
enough,
why
when I
that's
went
what
to
we
visit,
created, but like that is just a small exaggeration of your ideal race to play in every game.
well, that's very serendipitous because when I went to hang out with Ginger earlier this year, he was playing Stellaris, and I gave some suggestions of a race that I would suggest to build, and they were birds, and that was also what they did.
My mistake. The only thing we got wrong was not making them birds.
Because the first time I played Stellaris, that's what I did.
Chat.
And then repeatedly upon subsequent playthroughs.
It appears that Aiden is once again a bird.
The birds look cool in Stellaris. What the fuck? They look cool.
You know, I never thought so, but then I'm not a bird in real life.
Avianist.
What, in that I am hateful towards them? Yeah.
Apparently.
Mm-hmm. What is it? Aviomisic? Misic,
What?
not phobic being fear,
Misic, yeah.
being
Yes.
hate.
Yes.
Chat, press 1 if you're a fellow aviomisic, especially because they're all government drones.
Well, that is true.
You, most of all.
I'm not a government drone because I'm not a bird.
What better way to topple any possible resistance that the people of a country could
that's
have?
why I'm going to
but
right-wing
you're
conferences because I'm a government
promote
drone.
beliefs that will never work and just make people want to kill themselves. That's perfect. If you were a federal agent, Aiden, you'd be doing your fucking job.
I came damn close, man. I came damn close to being a Fed. It was right there.
And you're still trying.
No.
Version.
Not anymore.
Right, chat. We fucking did the extra hour anyway, but you know, the deal would have been a full extra hour of actual content, and then we may have just sort of messed around like this for a while afterwards.
We just fucked around.
We have just fucked around instead, yes, and that was stream content apparently. So we are now going to wrap up, head into Pit 1, and probably after we chat for a while, probably put on something to watch. Maybe
Hell yeah.
continue with the X-Files. But we'll find something.
Let's go.
We could also do
X-Files.
Mitchell and Webb.
Or Mitchell and Webb, yeah.
There's also there's loads of other shows, like comedy shows. We were watching Venture Brothers. We were watching Archer a while
Venture
ago.
Brothers is great.
We can do any of those. Top Gear Adventures, we can start whenever we feel like it, whenever it gets votes. Still got Fairy Tale on the go, but we don't have everyone we need for that right now. So yeah, there's lots of stuff on the go. Is that some more cool cabbie art? We are slowly approaching October.
And
I'm gonna have
it
to.
is August.
I'm gonna have
There's
to give
the
her.
whole month of September, the whole month of October before it's Halloween.
I'm gonna have to. Yes, but I'm gonna have to look at the fucking logo. By the way, it's the most it's looked like a swastika ever.
Wow,
I'm
really...
gonna have to give Cabby the power to disguise herself as someone for Halloween for our Halloween tradition.
Indeed.
Right. Thank you, chat, for joining me. I will probably not stream again this week. I don't know if I'll maybe have time tomorrow, but I probably won't. Or I don't know. I don't know what the timings are going to be, so we'll see. Either way, I will be streaming again probably on Monday or later. So, but however, join me now in Pit 1. If you're not in Discord, join the server. Link should be in the description below the YouTube video if that's where you're watching. Cabal.oozly.net. Hop in, and we shall do some fun stuff this evening as we always do in Cabal. And I don't think there's anything else to mention before we go, except that if you would like to support me in the show, especially in supporting my soon-to-be recent endeavors in protecting Aiden's fearful trembling form, then you may contribute via tip.oozlu.net or funder.oozlu.net. Links are everywhere. Birds aren't real. Wake up, Cabal. Thank you, Malcolm. Is that... Did you Photoshop in the word Cabal? Because it looks quite good, actually, if it is Photoshop. Looks like it is Photoshopped in. The text is all kind of blue, but then the Cabal is black. And then I think the female symbol has been added as on top as well. But yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It's quite well done. Keep the pictures of Cabby coming though, chat. I'm determined to get her back into the top 10 of Hall of Fame again. She's got to, I think, 8th at most. I'm pretty sure she almost got back in the top 10 a few days ago. All right, I will see you in Pit 1 shortly. Thank you for joining me. Enjoy the outro music. Good night, everyone.